Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Check check. Is that any better? Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Check check. It's not good. Hold on just 1 second. We're trying to put this together through StreamYard, which is a little bit of a beast. So we'll have this go through camera 1. This output goes into there. Program out. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Do we have audio now? Okay. All right. Cool. We had to reroute it just a little bit. You guys, Recovery Addict here, where we love following breaking news. We typically follow courts, but this one is possibly going to end up at the courts. We're in California right now, in Bakersfield, California, where at the Chase Bank, which you can see in this top window right above me, there's an individual who claims to have an explosive device and has hostages on the second and or third level of this bank. He's made some pretty disturbing threats, such as that they're daisy chained together, and if one goes, they all go. He says this has been a process that was 8 years in the making, which is scary. He's also made demands asking for a negotiator, which when I heard about 20 minutes ago, they said they were an hour and a half away. Negotiators were en route, but an hour and a half away from the FBI. And this has all the makings of something terrible, especially with the knowledge that he just recently asked to confirm that the media was present. And if he is set up to do something drastic and terrible, having the media present would give him all the eyeballs there. We're going to listen to a little bit of a clip from an audio clip from just a little while ago.
You know, the suspect mentioned someone in the Army being in the bomb squad, again mentioning this has been an 8-year project. Is also saying all the hostages are daisy chained, and if one takes it off, they will all go off like a grenade.
Yeah, and that is definitely not what you want to hear as you're trying to get people to safety today. That is absolutely wild. We're going to listen in a little bit to some news in the area. Let's see. We've got 7 down here. Let's see what they've got going on. This is on the scene. 7's on there here.
I'm not hearing anything from them.
Not hearing anything. Let me reset that audio and actually boost them a little bit. They're only coming.
Yeah, I can hear you. Check. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3.
Let's put them on stereo.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of give a brief entrance of where we're at, Steve, and then I'm going to step out and kind of talk. I think they have.
Okay, so he's prepping for his live shot on this one. I've been looking at the overhead from the cameras, and there are no helicopters. They might actually have shut down airspace in this area. We're trying to see if that's the case. Also, we have some people on the ground who are putting out a live stream as well. And shout out to Dad's Gone Live. He's got stuff down there. So everyone's got a view of this bank from different angles, trying to see, what is going to happen. Honestly, looking at the news right here, we'll give him a little bit of audio. I think he's too close. If they think there's explosives there, line of sight is too close. You don't want to be in direct line of sight. An explosive can send shrapnel a long distance very, very quickly. But let's see. They're going to toss to him in a second. We'll try to listen in a little bit and see what's happening down there as well. We swap 2 and 3. 2 and 4. Oh. There we go. How many hostages total? I don't have the number yet. I don't have the number. See if we can get some chat messages on here. A couple of you have some great information, unfortunately, because you're a little too close to this. So please stay safe. Let's see, pump out chat here.
Yeah, Rochelle, right now we are at 18th Street and Chester here in downtown Bakersfield. I'm right near the Shane Cohn Clark building and 1800 here just off to my right to give you a better idea of where I'm located. But just behind me, if you can take a look right here, we're just feet away from this police blockade here again at 18th Street and Chester. You can see just off in the distance is that Chase Bank location, and you can see some of the police vehicles there. From my count here at this location, there's about 6 police vehicles right here. But this scene is taking place really across the entire block, just down the road towards the Well Comedy Club is where a lot of those officers are staged right there. I mean, we're talking a very large police presence here at this point.
It really is.
But one of the major impacts we're seeing right now from this incident, again, this is a hostage situation inside the Chase Bank location here downtown on Chester Avenue, is that a lot of these nearby businesses appear to be closing for the day, or at least closing for the time being. We know a lot of locations, or a few locations, have been evacuated near that location, including some city buildings, as well as some of the other buildings across the street. But there is a police barricade set up really around a 3-square block location here of this Chase Bank on Chester Avenue. And again, that information that we do know here at this point, the confirmed information from the police department at this hour is that there is a suspect inside that location claiming to have a bomb strapped to their body. We confirmed that with Bakersfield police. That initial update came in around 1:30 that there was some sort of police incident here at this location. We do not know how many hostages are in that location. We were told by police that there is at least one there right now, but this is obviously a very developing situation.
There is also information news that one hostage has been released
on police scanners, information of that sort. We don't want to report that information right now because that is not confirmed. So what we do know right now is that there is a suspect in there claiming to have a bomb strapped to their chest, and at least one hostage in that location. From what we know, Bakersfield Police Department is on scene trying to negotiate.
Okay, so negotiators are en route to there right now. This is absolutely nuts. This is something straight out of a movie, is what it is. Looking at this scene, that it's terrifying to think that there are people who are just at work at the bank today and are now possibly in the middle of a deadly hostage situation with someone who appears to have nothing to lose. So absolutely terrifying there. We're trying to get the police scanner traffic for you again. It's I believe the whole system's been overloaded. Thousands and thousands of people trying to get the feed working, and it's either been overloaded or the police have asked for it to be turned off. Just one hostage, possibly. How long would this start? About 1 o'clock or 1:30, roughly, California time, Pacific time. We're at 7:20 Eastern time on the other side of the country right now. But let's see. Let me get rid of that. See if we can do comments over here so it's a little cleaner. Sick to my stomach. It is terrible. The audio we were listening to just a minute ago, I'm going to play that again because that's straight from the police scanner covering this. Let's see, we've got a couple other clips we can play here.
Suspect is now saying the device has a 15 to 20 foot kill radius. Suspect is now saying the device has a 15 to 20 foot kill radius.
Okay, clearly not something that this is nothing you'd want to hear as an officer responding to the scene. Let's see, let's go one more here. Sorry, guys, I'm a little helter-skelter.
The suspect is calling the device a homemade bouncing baby, says it operates like a grenade. The suspect is calling the device a homemade bouncing baby, says... One? You know, the suspect mentioned someone in the Army being in the bomb squad, again mentioning this has been an 8-year project.
Wow. Just sickening. I don't have an identification. It has not been released, and we want to make sure we don't say anything in chat until the police do officially identify somebody, because it can go very, very bad very fast for people who get wrongfully identified and the people who wrongfully identify them. So we're not going to have any part of that. Still, air traffic control over Bakersfield, basically a ghost town. If you're looking at the traffic, we zoom out just a little bit, you can see that There's a lot of traffic in the area, but over Bakersfield itself, I'm not seeing helicopters. I'm not seeing surveillance of any sort. Of course, this is not like the manhunt type situation we followed before, where we're looking for someone. The problem is they know exactly where he is. He's somewhere here where he shouldn't be, and he's inside that bank. So we're going to zoom in here a little bit in case something does happen. They may send some sort of first response or helicopter on standby, as they did in North Carolina over the weekend. They had a standby helicopter in case something went wrong for a manhunt that was happening there. Daisy chain does mean linked together. It's a computer term, which means they all are connected on the same sort of feed. It would indicate that if in fact that is true, you can't just unplug one. It unplugs everybody. The scanner channels are down currently. We're doing our best to see if we can get it up. Open Megahertz doesn't have it. We looked all over for this, and started this afternoon. Infectious Patriot. But let's see what we have here. I keep putting myself in the wrong box. I think I'm going to swap 2 and 3. 3 and 4. Here we go. I'll be up here in this corner. The police barricade is rather small. I'm not sure if they think this man is bluffing, but we did hear that there's a chance that he had released one person. Drones would not show up. No, they would need to have what's called an S-class transponder, which would show up on the flight instruments of full-size aircraft. Some drones have that, but not many. It's currently not required for drone operators in most areas. Is this Chase corporate office or bank branch? All we know, it's 18th and Chester in Bakersfield. Excuse me. Let's see. 18th and Chester. How can there be a daisy chain if there's only one hostage? There can't. It would take multiple hostages to make that happen, and it doesn't sound like it's accurate. Scatter radio got overloaded because that's where it was. True, and also sometimes the police will ask them to take it down if it's a scenario where they're concerned that their suspect, the subject, is listening in. So there's a chance that because this is in California and a lot of crime and crime watch occurs in California, that individuals on the street have their own police scanner, which would be able to pick up the traffic, even though it's not broadcast here. So if you see another link with the feed, please let us know. It will probably be delayed enough that it would not be a problem. This could be something just completely crazy. This could be somebody who literally has a shoebox filled with tissues in it, tied to his chest, or it could be someone who has methodically planned out something. And unfortunately, the police have to act as if it's a methodically planned out and well coordinated attack. So they're taking no chances on this one. Let's see. It started with 8 hostages. The custodian was released. We heard that a little bit ago. Thank you, Amber, for this. A couple updates from our mods who've been monitoring this for us as we were debating if we wanted to see if we could bring in more information, go live with this. But the FBI is on site, negotiators en route. 8 hostages daisy chained with a 15 to 20 foot kill radius. The perp said it was an 8-year project. He's demanded the FBI negotiator, which is en route, probably an hour away right now, and a media presence. He's also said that people were lying to him, and the negotiator was lying to him, but there's no negotiator on site, which could point to some mental illness situations that might be present, or some confusion, at least on the part of the suspect. One hostage was released, and he says he's trying to prove his innocence. So Kern County crime watchers, let me see if we can go to, which one can we take there? Let me double check here. Let me see if we can pop in Kern County crime watchers. That was close. I think that was close enough. That's their view. Let's see if we can do a different setup here. That's not good at all. All right. Surprising that people are still walking around there. I would be a little hesitant to be that close for sure. Still nothing on the flight radar. I'm surprised, especially with the news media coverage that we have out of California. Every time there's a police chase, that we don't have somebody in the air. If we have any pilots with access to any air closures, please let us know in chat. It would be interesting to see if they closed that down for that reason. Are there homes by this bank? This is downtown, so you're probably within a couple blocks of some apartment buildings, or even if they're like above businesses and things like that. But don't know if you wouldn't call this a residential area by any means. There are a couple vehicles coming in that could be federal bringing additional resources, or could be state bringing additional resources. ATF, FBI, Homeland, all there. I'm sure they're all going to have a piece of this pie, bringing in the skills that they have as they lift the barrier for a whole bunch of vehicles. All blacked out, no markings on any of those, but lights on them all. Not sure Bakersfield has media helos. Yeah, but they started at 1. We've got a couple hours. Why wouldn't they helicopter the negotiator? And it's probably a flight would be faster than a helicopter if they're far away. The skill of being a bomb hostage negotiator is not one that that you need a lot of them in a certain area. Looking up there in the parking lot, looks like there are a couple people looking over the area, observing. Not sure if that's law enforcement or otherwise. All right, still trying to get the scanner traffic for you guys. It was incredible until it wasn't. Let me try a couple other areas. Okay. Let's listen, browse feeds. California, Kern County. Might have Kern County Fire. Let's see if we can bring this one in. Where's that one going? Let's go in there. Send it to Black Magic. Turn it on. Hear nothing on Kern County Fire.
Bob's Discount Furniture presents real 5-star.
Yeah, I don't need Bob's Discount Furniture, but he's doing great. All right. Lived there for 7 years, went to UC Bakersfield. The FBI is with him. What app are you using? Flight Radar 24 shows us flights, but there's nothing overhead. Apologize. I need to use the other screen for comments. It's probably going to end in tragedy with the suspect, at least. It's risky. It's not something you want to run up and just put handcuffs on a guy when he says he's armed with an explosive device and seems to have nothing to lose. Flight Radar 24 takes a paid membership to access it, but they were broadcasting on a trunked system, which we were following, but now the feed has dropped. FBI is setting up gear. It's about custody, possibly. It could be a custody dispute or some allegations involving a custody dispute. It's not clear. It seemed like even the dispatcher was a little confused, who was in some way communicating with them. Let's see. Let's see what we have here. There is radio scanner traffic in the background here. None of my California creators are on. I think they're rushing here. They went encrypted. Common tactic. There might still be ancillary communications for other people. I've used ADBS as well. We'll keep that quiet because that's just noise right now. Let's see. Let me get Kern County again. Just buffering. Yeah, it stopped. Been planning this for 8 years. Am I understanding that right? Yeah. I can't imagine anyone's been planning this for 8 years. It does not make sense to me on that front. It's probably something delusional or a bluff that somebody would say. Probably went on tactical. Yeah. You can see, looks like SWAT is gearing up there in the top right. I think that's going to be camera 3. Nope. Let's see, camera 2. Personnel are gearing up with their equipment. It looks like a SWAT team set to move in. So not an attempted bank robbery. No, I think just because it's in a bank doesn't mean it's a bank robbery. I think it was something a little bit different. Does the bank share space with any other businesses? I believe that business is just the bank. Big banks like that don't tend to split the cost on their buildings. They make plenty of money on their own building. Way more stressful than our trials. It's going to get dark quick. I hope it doesn't. I really hope this doesn't go south very quickly at all. SWAT shows up in their mom's car. Hey, the SWAT minivan. It's a thing. They've got a lot of equipment they bring with them, and sometimes you just need that space. See if we can get back to Dad's. Dad's gone live. See if he's got a different viewpoint. Let's do it over here. Okay, we're gonna cut down on this flight radar. We're not seeing any air traffic of significance, so that's not providing anything of value to us. Instead, we're going to bring Dad's Gone Live over here and bring him up full screen so we can see what's going on here. He's got a tight shot looking into what looks to be a command center area. We just lost one of these feeds. Let's go to the 3 box. Box 2 is going to be channel 3. There we go. All right, let me pop in and listen just a little bit, see what he's got going.
He charged with sexually assaulting in Rosemont. Now, 3 additional women have filed.
Okay, so it sounds like there's some pretty heinous allegations involved, but he's trying to prove himself innocent. All I can think about is Rob from Law and Lumber telling us how contentious custody issues can be. They're the worst. They're the worst. Let's see. Let's see if we've got any.
Thank you.
Of an incident on September 24th, 2019 in Rosemont.
Okay. Anyone have cross streets? 18th. Cross streets are 18th and Chester, 18th and Chester, Vexus Parrot. Let's see if we can do a Google Earth to get us down there to see what it looks like, as there's nothing overhead. But 18th and Chestnut. Did he say he was a veteran? He's mentioned a lot of stuff, Barb. Whether it's true or not, is anybody's guess. 18th and Chestnut. All right, let's see if we can bring this in on. Well, that's coming in on 3. So turn that one off, shrink that one down, and bring in our Google Earth really quickly. So we're going to do a quick check around the area and see if we can find where we are on 18th and Chestnut in Bakersfield. All right, this brings us downtown, and let's see if we can zoom in a little bit further. Okay, I think this would be the Chase Bank right there. Just check and see if that looks like what we're seeing. Is that the right one? 18th and Chester. Did I have Chester in there? We get rid of the Chestnut here. Thanks for the correction, guys. There's Chester right there. So we were close. I think we found it. See if we can do a street level view. I think it's this building. Am I wrong in that? It's on Lee Street. What are we looking at here as we look down the street here? No, that's Kern County. It's a county building. Zip down just a little bit further. See, I'm not seeing the bank yet on the side. Okay, we've got a couple businesses. Is it over here? Or over there? Okay, there's the bank. So we're just down Chestnut or Chester instead of on the 18th. So we'll take just a little quick drive down here on Google Earth down the street. I want to go to about right here. All right, there it is. And that looks quite similar to what we're seeing on camera 7, which is right here. Not that much different. Sounds like he's releasing another hostage, according to Dad Song Live. That's a good sign. As long as they can keep him talking, keep him releasing hostages, this is good. Let's turn on Dad's Gone Live channel. Do I have any audio here?
At first there was 8 hostages. Now there's 7, and he's potentially in process. Walking back with a computer. Hostages leaving, walking backwards with a computer. He's in the process of releasing one more hostage. We're about to be down to 6 hostages. There are drones flying at this time too. I'm seeing them go up and down.
This is Dad's Gone Live audio.
Hey, thanks for the stars. Let's go.
Shout out to Dad's Gone Live. Let's mute him for just a second. See if we get. We do have audio now from Bakersfield Fire.
ECC Battalion 2 back. I'll continue. Cancel the balance.
I'm going to put him in our right ear and see if we can get another feed in our left. No, it gets confusing, but I love listening to the scanner this way.
Porterville engine 8332, channel 4, tone 10, back in hot strength.
Okay, let's see what we got here. Looks like they got police cars right up next to the building there. Not sure.
8332 Portable copies. You're back in Hot Springs, 1644.
8332.
And be advised, we're getting a report. Flames visible across from the Jawbone Visitor Center.
Remember, we're getting audio from all of Kern County on this. See if we can get any California Highway Patrol, Bakersfield Dispatch involved as well.
1800 right next to me. We also know Jerry's Pizza is closed down and several other businesses as well. So we're going to continue to follow this all throughout the evening here and make sure you continue to watch the stream or also join us at KBK CBS on channel 29.
Go ahead for 14.
102, 52 parties on their way. I'll be en route to that second 26.
Fire in your area across from Jawbone Visitor Center. Our teams of passerby reporting flames visible. 89 is just south of that location on Aurelia. Advising one and the same. Would you like a response started?
Negative, that's going to be 89's area.
I really think that this guy is probably bluffing
Can't handle.
regarding some of the threats he's made. Let's bring back
2 copy.
Dad here.
324 on scene, 30 by 30, can't handle.
That's crazy. I've already been sub to you, bro. I've never even seen your name in my chat. That's awesome. Thanks for watching, brother. So if everybody can, just say a prayer for the suspect, you know, and most importantly for the hostages. And then obviously all of our law enforcement officers, federal and local agents.
Big shout out to Dad's Gone Live for that. That is awesome. Trying to watch the Twitter feed as well on X to see if there's anything breaking regarding this. Latest and greatest. I'm going to turn down some of these audios because it's not all related to this case.
117-500. The time of call is 1607-1607. And your 97 time is 1621-162.
Okay, it looks like California High Patrol is not involved in any way. So
Porterville Division 9 is returning the quarters. Porterville copies returning the quarters. Yeah, if you can make sure to update lab log, provide that to ECC, and also map the fire, please. Thank you.
I think what we have here is somebody who's probably disturbed. Probably there is a case or allegations against him. That seems like something that's most likely true. The idea that somebody has worked on a project for 8 years to just for this moment, to have a bomb with specific kill radius, as we heard in the traffic, which we'll go back and listen to in just a second, of 15 to 20 foot kill radius, and daisy chaining everything together. That it sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie. A little bit harder to pull off in real life, especially with a lone suspect supposedly taking hostages.
Confirming you copy complete.
We're gonna kill the live audio for just a second. Let you hear what we heard earlier today with a couple clips that before the scanner feed went down. So.
Yes, the suspect mentioned someone in the Army being in the bomb squad, again mentioning this has been an 8-year project. Is also saying all the hostages are daisy chained, and if one takes it off, they will all go off like a grenade.
Okay, that's next level.
Saying the device has a 15 to 20 foot kill radius. The suspect is calling the device a homemade bouncing baby. Says it operates like a grenade.
Referring to the name of a bomb, a bouncing baby, operates like a grenade. Scary that way. Yes, mental health is needed here for sure, but just because somebody having a mental health episode could turn into a huge disaster and emergency response situation. So pray for the law enforcement as well, who have to make split-second decisions with their life and other people's lives on the line. Can someone remind me? I know Ari has extensive background in media, which is why he got his best feeds on YouTube, but I think there's a part of the lore is that he also collabed with LEO. Can someone clarify? I worked for the Department of Defense. That's not law enforcement. That was more on the technical side. I did work with the media. I have filmed for sheriff's departments. I've run metal detectors on crime scenes for sheriff's departments. I've done some stuff that way. I've worked with the officers before and worked with the news. Jidge, thanks for the OT. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So they called the explosive device, the IED, improvised explosive device. Are they able to vote at AF off-site location and assigned to? I feel bad for everyone impacted. You're talking about the elections that are going on right now. I believe today is a voting day at some level. Either it's municipal or higher. But this is definitely putting a kink in that, as some voting booths might be shut down because it's too close to the proximity. Let's see. Custody battle. Seems like that. When did this start? 1 o'clock or 1:30 California time, Pacific time. So early this afternoon in California is when this kicked off. Let me see if we can find another feed for you from the area. Let's see. Let's put 3. 2 is 3. There we go. Looks like people are just driving just outside the barrier. The barrier, just a single strand of crime scene tape. That tape is not going to stop anybody. It's a stiff breeze and it will rip. It's actually sometimes difficult to put up if you have a long run of crime scene tape to block off a scene, say like between two trees that are long distance apart. The weight of the tape itself can tear. Let's see. All right, let's see if we can get one more feed going here. Just 1 second. All right, let's bring in that over me. That's going to be on camera 6. On 6, there we go. Different feed, and see if we've got any audio down there. Might have scanner traffic as well.
Yeah.
Shout out to RD on the scene.
Yeah, bro, here. And that one coming? Jacob got me a water, but instead of dropping it off when he drove by, he went to the top of the parking structure. So, he's right there. Say hi. Yeah. Yes, your waters? You can sit by here and give me my water. Yeah. He's probably got our lawn chairs too. Yeah, I'm gonna buy one right there, man, if you want. I don't mind. I brought it for you.
All right. So a lot of little friendly chatter as people around the area are sort of setting up, watching the building from a couple different angles outside the perimeter. Polling closes in 3 hours. Already on the scene. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Lady Tammy just got here. What's going on? There's an individual, probably troubled, who is inside the Chase Bank, who says he has hostages and a bomb strapped to his chest. He's also said that the hostages are daisy chained together, and if one leaves, they all go off. He said that the bomb has a 15 to 20 foot kill radius, which that right in and of itself, a little red flag there. That's something that's very difficult to know and test and not get caught testing. So not sure if that's entirely accurate. If we have just somebody who's watched a little bit too much sci-fi or I don't know, too much TV, and just is troubled and maybe thinks that he has something he doesn't. I'm leaning towards a mental health issue here, especially because we are successfully getting individuals released, as we've heard this, released from the scene. The hostages are being let go. A number of them have already. I think we have maybe 5 or 6 remaining. And last I heard, the negotiators were not yet on scene. So, all right, we've got a feed. Thank you very much, Amber, for that one.
I'll be code 6 on the second half. Silix Road and Hinson Street.
Okay, so with that feed in.
37 attacking 3 Kern 4. 37. Hey, can you free somebody up to go to a smoke investigation at Hyde County line? That's affirmative, 34.
The stream restarts every day at 5 p.m.
I copy. Just have them switch back to Kern 1 and get the information from ECC.
Okay. Looks like we need to. Okay. We're getting some calls and texts in on the burner phone with additional information. I'll get to those here in just a second. Check out this scene right here. Oh my goodness. That's a Bearcat that you just saw, that vehicle going through. A Bearcat, it's an armored personnel carrier. Has very little offensive capability, although it can be configured to be offensive. It's mostly a people mover, a safe people mover to get them close to the situation and possibly gain access to a difficult scenario, a difficult situation without putting the occupants in danger. So let's see. We're waiting for this feed to restart from the Bakersfield. There's the new feed. Thank you very much. Okay, it's going to be live in about a minute. We'll have that back up as he bounces the feed at the same time every day. All right. Not a cat bear, a Bearcat. Yes. RD on the Scene. RD on the Scene is a YouTube channel. You can go to that and listen. Let's listen to what the news has to say here. He's about to do his live hit in the bottom right-hand corner.
Okay.
Worked in this scenario in his ear. He's probably hearing a standby and a countdown. And the anchor is going to toss to him and ask him a question. And he's going to respond. Next 30 seconds or so. gets a feel for his scene. Love reporting on the news. This is really fun to watch. Nothing suspect about the day the guy picks. Yeah. Remember the pizza delivery collar bomb? Everyone thought it was crazy until it detonated. Oh man, that's terrible. It's not a bank robbery as far as we know. Not a bank robbery. Let's jump through some of the windows we've got here. Full screen. People standing by, looking in. This looks like to be a staging center nearby. Then we'll go back to our 3 box. I think the people assumed it was a bank robbery because it happened in the Chase Bank. But I believe it was just a location that was chosen, not that he was trying to get money. You can see the Bearcat there is positioned. You've got SWAT personnel who are staging there at the back. All right, police scanners back up. We've got that.
Repeating back 35.42935 by negative 119.695.393.
Yes, he's waiting for his cue.
Well, Rochelle, right now we are at 18th Street and Chester Avenue here in downtown Bakersfield. I'm standing right next to the 1800 here, just off to my right shoulder. And you can see that barricade taking place here just a block away here from this intersection, that Chase Bank building that we're talking about here, this hostage situation just down the block here. Now, one thing I do want to let you all know about is we did just receive 2 important pieces of information here related to this incident. The first being that the FBI and hostage negotiators are on scene, and they have told us that they were able to successfully negotiate the release of one of those hostages there from the suspect. So a good development here in this situation, that at least one of those hostages has been released. That is according to Eric Celadon, a sergeant with the Bakersfield Police Department. And also what we're learning too is that we tried to get some confirmation if police have determined whether there is actually a bomb strapped to this person's chest. They cannot confirm that there is actually a bomb, just that that person has reported that there is one. So there is still the possibility that this could be a bluff. But and again, this is all according to Bakersfield Police. Eric Celadon just talking to us just a couple of minutes ago. But a very developing situation. They still have yet to confirm if that is an actual explosive, but they are of course treating it as if that is the case. Another piece of information we just now learned here is that there are believed to be other hostages here in that situation, but another good update is that everyone still appears to be in good health. So there are no injuries related to this incident again. But again, there is a hostage situation here. A man inside the Chase Bank building reportedly has a bomb strapped to his chest. That is what he has told police, and they are treating it as a serious situation. But again, that most recent update from the Bakersfield Police Department is that one of those hostages was able to be released, thankfully from help from the FBI crisis negotiators and local crisis negotiators. But of course, this is still a very developing situation. We do believe that there are still more people inside that building. This has been going on now for about 3.5 hours.
That's a full stack. That's a full team there. They're mounting up for that vehicle to move.
We will continue to be out here on this location, as well as law enforcement, to try and hopefully get a peaceful resolution to this. But I'm going to send things back over to you, Rochelle, reporting live here in downtown Bakersfield. Michael Patterson, Eyewitness News.
You can see all the individuals on that Bearcat there. They're on the safe side, away from the building. So if there was a shot or something that were to exit from the building, they'd be protected. They're also standing there like the garbage men in the old days, where they used to stand there as they ride. Lights are activated. They're about to roll out and move in. It looks like the police are taking up a tactical position. This is obviously delayed. So the gunner position's open on the top. One of the few options for that vehicle to be offensive, but that is a gunner position with a shield on top, and he's moving down the road. Let's see if we have any other angles. Looks like we do have right up there. You can see the position as well. It's a great shot there. as they move in. The SWAT teams are going to try to make entry in a way where they are not observed by the suspect. But sometimes when they do make entry, it's extremely loud. It's intentionally confusing. There can be flashbangs. There can be the Bearcat's equipped with a pole that's able to sort of use a ram to push through a wall and set off a flashbang on the inside of the wall, with the vehicle still being on the outside of the wall. All tactics they can use to confuse someone, and in that confusion, take advantage of the situation to gain control of the suspect. Well, when I first started watching your channel, it was a manhunt. That was the Cavalcanti manhunt. That was good times for sure. I don't think the suspect's watching. I think the suspect is fully occupied with whoever they're communicating with. Just like old school Scott. I love this. I've been chasing police scanners since I was a kid. If he has the internet, he probably knows they're coming. Some of you may not know this. I actually was involved in a situation where I found and reported a bomb before it was set off. That won me several hours of police interrogation on Christmas Eve into the early morning hours of Christmas, as well as some visits from the BATF before they finally realized I was, in fact, telling the truth. I wasn't involved with it personally. I just happened to be right at the right spot to find it, as improbable as that was. So I've got a little bit of experience dealing with bomb squads and this level of tension and stress and planning that goes on. The incident command system, as they're working to manage a whole bunch of resources and keep people out, but also give information out as needed. Did you find it metal detecting? No, I found it fishing, as a matter of fact. Just hearing about this, how many people were there with him? Possibly 8 or 7. One definitely has been released. Let's see, give me just a second here. They can scale the side of the building or rappel from the roof. The SWAT teams are very good at making entry, especially non-traditional entry as well, if needed. Like on my briefs, member for 27 months. Suspect, if you're watching, calling on the burner. No. No. Give yourself up. That's the best thing to do. Looks like there's some activity over there on this at the bank from this angle. Let's see if we can zoom in on camera 3. Trying to get a view from atop another building over there. You can see the command center there. Go to that little shelter. Trial TV Live is here. Whoop! Love you guys. Chris and Aaron, you guys are amazing. You are, in fact, OGs. Love it. You guys are great. Great YouTube channel. The traffic we're hearing is radio traffic around this incident, not necessarily affecting this incident. If this was the channel dedicated just to this incident, it either would be a tactical channel, which I think is where they are, or if they were using a general channel, it would periodically have a chirp to indicate that this channel is not open to regular traffic. That keeps the officer, on the freeway making just a traffic stop and writing someone a ticket for speeding from interrupting a crucial conversation that might need to be had as lives are on the line at the scene. Aaron Patterson, member for 37 months, says nothing like a live in the evening. It's like we almost didn't do this all day already. Thank you, Trail TV Live. You guys are great. Squeegee of Justice, who is Trail TV Live. There hasn't been any statements to that fact. The most we can discern from the rambled and garbled messages that came through dispatch were that the suspect was trying to clear his name, possibly. This may be involving allegations or claims or charges that came to light in a custody dispute, which you can imagine could get pretty ugly. As far as the truth of that, we don't know. And also the truth of the matter with the bomb that he claims to have on his chest might also be a bluff. This sounds like a move made by a desperate man. I just don't see a desperate man planning for 8 years before taking action. It just doesn't ring true. Yeah, probably not. I'm not saying he doesn't have an explosive. It's very possible that he in fact does. Explosives are unfortunately way too easy to make with common substances. We're not going to get into that. I don't endorse it. Having found one in the wild that could have killed me and should have killed me had it been detonated as it was intended. It's nothing to play with. But unfortunately, especially if somebody has a little bit of training, they're not that difficult to make. So having something that could definitely harm him or somebody around him, or officers who are trying to take him into custody, is very feasible. And if this suspect, once they put eyes on him, if he does have something that looks suspicious or even has heavy equipment like coats or things like that could possibly conceal that, the officer is going to act as if he does have something. So 8 years is wild. It's a very law-abiding citizen movie type thing, only I don't think they're smart as Clyde. Yeah, it sounds like he's combining a little bit of personal fantasy with a lot of Hollywood and maybe a little bit of desperation and mental illness.
RP believes they're stealing, however, never saw them take anything at 4048 commercial.
Okay. Like my Braves, thank you very much. P.S. Love you, Trail TV Live. Guitar Pets, Calm Vibe. We do have a delay on here. We are running a delay. Not 10 minutes, but I intentionally ran this through a delay. What if he's been in jail for 8 years? Then he probably hasn't built the arsenal and the technology that's needed to daisy chain 8 suspects to each other with explosive devices without having to go off and kill him. Snap Sharon, this is often the result in this situation. I've been on scene filming for the news when we had situations like that. It's tragic to see, especially when somebody is just at a place mentally that they can't see light at the end of the tunnel. The guy on the bike is just chilling. He's just riding around. What is a daisy chain? A daisy chain is actually a term that comes from the old computer networks way back in the day before we had the Ethernet cables we do now. It literally was like a T-type connection where the network connection came through, would branch off to one computer and then continue on. And so there was one cord that connected each one of the computers with a branch off to each one of the computers, and it went in a full loop. So the daisy chain sent messages all the way down the chain. It's non-existent in the world of networking anymore. It's not used. It's incredibly slow and ineffective, but the term has stuck around. Have you ever made a necklace out of daisies? where you tied them all together and linked them one to another. That's probably the best example. Vexatious Parrot, RA, always amazing, but conscientious live. Glad I caught you all tonight. Thank you very much for the kind words. And by the way, 31 months. Thank you very much. Makes you an OG. Actually, it was Grandma used to thread daisies together for necklaces to play in. This is also true. I think the computers were around after the daisies. That's a different call. That's not this one. Surf and Selena gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Emily Aaron's also member for 26 months. Just did 4 miles on the Peloton watching this. You ran circles around Chase Bank. That's amazing. Don't confuse with Daisy Link. Right. She's about to have a new trial. Right? It's about to go down. I love that description. Take a close look at what's happening under this tent. You can see the bomb squad is present with the logo underneath the pop-up tent there, taking it seriously there. Everyone gathered around the table sort of talking. They're probably, the command center is usually inside the vehicle itself, where monitors can be viewed in real time. Position of personnel can be documented and tracked almost tabletop, like some people play games. What's the MB squad? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Do we need an RA Peloton group? I probably need a Peloton, come to think of it. The funny side note, I once went to a police fair where they brought in helicopters and equipment and the Bearcat and various even a hovercraft that the police used to access swamp areas, and talked with the bomb squad about their training, the robots they use to and I thought it was casual conversation, and I said, how many bombs have you found? And it sort of took him back. He's like, well, none. I'm like, oh, I found more than you. So that was funny. I guess it's not common to find a bomb, but it's if you do have one, you definitely want the bomb squad around to help you out. They do use game controllers to control the robots. It's a simple technology, very easy to understand. Keeps training very. It makes it simple. It's as easy as picking up an Xbox or PlayStation controller, and you can control the robot. Also, it doesn't require custom gear. That's difficult. If something does break, you can replace it very quickly. What's in the buildings in a bank? Yes, this is Chase Bank. You can see it probably best in this view. There's the logo up on the screen. Chase Bank I believe the suspect is either on the second or third floor. Says he has hostages. We know one has been released. He also says that he and the hostages are equipped with bombs.
Suspicious circumstances, 2667 Sunny Lane. Signal was 3 Hispanic males looking into a pickup. One subject possibly in possession of a rifle. All subjects fled Tenneco in a blue Mercedes 4-door sedan. 8 Lincoln, Adam Lincoln, 339, last seen northbound Sunny Lane.
As interesting as
Casting for officer safety patrol check. Suspicious person, 2667 Sunny Lane. 3 Hispanic males. One was in possession of a possible rifle. Left Tenneco in a blue Mercedes 4-door.
As interesting as that call is,
Lincoln, Adam Lincoln, 339, last seen northbound, control to clear.
that's not the call we're watching right now. That's something else. Just one more thing that officers in Kern County have to address right now at this very moment, in addition with all the public safety things they're keeping tabs on. Fun fact, military EOD techs get emotionally attached to their robots and start to keep them out of danger. Whoa, that's like some deep level science stuff there. We'll be covering that on RA Ocho. Yes, a third show. Deborah, 36 months makes you an OG. We have heard that he was on the second floor and then possibly on the third floor. Third floor would give him the best vantage point because of the trees and everything else around the area, as well as the lower buildings. Any third floor window gives him the best vantage point out, but it also makes it the hardest for him to see what's happening right next to the building. Because there's that blind spot right at the bottom of the building. So that's probably going to enable the SWAT team to move into position if they can confirm that. And obviously, if they can get a clear view of him through a window, that would be, extremely valuable information for them to know if they're going to send a team in. Stephen Williams says, thanks, RA, for broadcasting, saving me from going to the gym. He's in the school district offices above the bank. I didn't think it was school district offices. I thought it was just the bank, but you might be right if they've partnered there. I thought it was just the bank there. Where is Kern County, California? It is actually just north of Los Angeles County, if I remember correctly. Let's see. Just one county north of LA. It's a big county, space-wise. This is downtown Bakersfield, just down there yesterday. You probably drove by some of these scenes that we're seeing here. Probably very different at that time. No traffic in there. Another vehicle coming in. Another Bearcat. You see them rolling by. That's a second one. So they're definitely setting up here for a major event. Just you can look at the streets; it's just lined with police cars. The law enforcement response here is absolutely massive. Don't believe he's a military. I'm sure they're going to be trying to confirm that, most likely for the purpose of trying to discern whether or not he actually has explosive training. The military does train people in explosives, and I know this. The bomb I found was made by a person who was trained in the military, had just gotten out of the military, who was trained in explosives. If the police can confirm military service at a unit where he had that training, that's going to change their response, or at least it's going to factor in to say this is probably much more serious and not a bluff if he actually has that training, and confirm that. So I'm sure they've got people chasing that down with every clue they possibly can. Let's see. Is the city block evacuated? Yes. They've evacuated, as you can see in shot 3 here. There's police who actually have a barricade down at the end of the block, and then 1 block away from that is the police tape. So there's a 1 block buffer radius. Let's see. Grab Darlar 90. Let's see. Where's Darlar? Let me turn on buffer for you. Hang on 1 second. Where's Darlar's comment? I'm missing. If you can post it again, let me know. Oh, here it is. He's not in the bank. He's in the Department of Kern County Superintendent of Schools. Oh my goodness, Darlar. That is crazy. Are you
Yes, sir, towards check the welfare 9123 Elishosh.
Are you in a position you could contact us on the burner phone? If you choose to. We have a burner phone. If you're able to give some insight and information. Obviously, I would ask that you don't share information about the names of any hostage, or the suspected names of the suspect, if you know that. But
traffic. I can divert 4 Central 1, who's already in the north here, current.
Looks like my commands are not working. Just 1 second here, guys.
If you'll divert to the Home Depot.
We're going to restart that for you.
Can you respond with 4 Central 3 for a check the welfare of juveniles possibly left unattended, 9123 Ella Shosh?
Juveniles unattended. Sounds like my childhood. Okay. All right. Commands are set up. It was 8 hostages, now 6. 2 have been released. This is a great sign, especially if the negotiator is able to build some sort of rapport with the individual. Help them understand that you are on their side and you're getting them help. As long as they're open to that, it could be, this could all end peacefully.
I'll show you en route with the 3 car for West 51 1052.
Hello. Procedural matters, and unfortunately, you have.
All right. Let's not use any of the audio commands other than buffer right now, if that's all right. Sorry, Troy. Hey, Troy, welcome. It's good to have you here. We use some of those commands when we're watching court, but did they take down the tent? Did they move the tent? What just happened there?
Expired as a 2013 on a 1982 motorhome at a Barfish to a Heather Fox.
Tent was taken down. I was distracted by that. That gives us a clear view into the side of the, it looks like a command vehicle. Probably one of a couple on scene. I think what happened is the building is now shading the scene. This gets a little later in the day. Or maybe I see the awning that's up on that RV as well, the bomb squad RV. See some FBI patches on the individuals there in the camo on the left of the screen. Looks like the bomb squad is working with them. The bomb squad is from Bakersfield from the logo there. How hot is it down there? Did you guys say it was 93? He's above the bank where the school district offices are, as well as law offices and staffing services. Thank you for that. 93 to 95. All these gentlemen and women in full tactical gear, that is not cool. I mean, that is extremely hot on a cold day, and 95 degrees, even with the light breeze, that is not a comfortable thing to be wearing. You can see the officer just above me who's talking to the guy with next to the flashing light. He's got his hands in his neck. That's his vest. He's using his knuckles to create a gap between the vest and his chest to let some airflow in. It's something you'll see often when it's just hot, because you're sweating to death in there. You get used to it. It's part of the job. Is it close to the courthouse? Just down the road from the courthouse and around the corner, I think. The courthouse, if I remember from our... Okay, so the courthouse, I think, is just down on 18th, and this is on Chester, I believe. But it's a dry heat. Yeah, but you're sweating to death. Letting the heat build up can also help tire out the suspect. It can also irritate a suspect. If they were to cut off power to a building or something, that could... It's on 17th and Chester. I think it's 18th. Right around there. Right around 17th, 18th and Chester. Winds are 11 to 9 miles per hour, or 11 to 19. Thank you, Brian, for that. I was just laying in it. It feels good. I have a pool though. Every decision is critical, and they are. And they're all working together. They're going to have one incident commander who's working closely with the top individuals from all the teams who are on scene. They'll be coordinating every effort. There's no team on here that just goes rogue and says, oh, like in the movies, we're going to do it. Just go ahead. Take him out. I'm making a decision. That's that's not how it works. Incident command is very structured and very good at making sure all the team players are on the same page when a decision is made, even all the way down to documenting every single officer who's on the scene. There's going to be a chart somewhere that shows every officer that's on scene, when they showed up, when they leave, who took their place. If there's corners that are being monitored or are manned by officers just to maintain the public perimeter, that is all documented, all part of that same process. If he wants pizza right now, he's getting it if he keeps communication open. Yes, give them rewards. It's a lot like training a dog. Honestly, it's you're trying to get them to do something very simple, and reward them with that. You can see an open window there on the third floor of the Chase Bank. Don't see any. Let's swap that out so we can zoom that in a little bit bigger. Don't see any movement in there, but a couple different angles here. A lot of windows. Let's we'll keep the bomb squad active here. That's how my dogs trained me. Pizza, I'd ask for Tibetan lobster. That's really asked. Hard decisions if he has a dead switch, or Stadley if he claims to have a dead switch. And has even the basic equipment to make it look like it actually is there. It is a hard decision, but at the end of the day, the law enforcement is there to protect and to serve, and that's a decision that they have trained for. And with the go-ahead of the incident commander, they'll either give what's called open authority or closed authority. Closed authority is do not shoot. Open authority is to shoot.
4343 situation.
And that decision may be made well before they make contact with him in person. A dead man switch is basically a fail safe. If you want, say for instance, if I had a dead man switch that would activate a light, the light would stay off as long as I have the button pushed. And then if I were to become incapacitated and lose the ability to keep pushing the button with my thumb or my hand or gripping the switch from activating, because it's just like a spring switch, it would immediately turn on if something were to happen to me. It makes it so that you can't take out a suspect and prevent them from activating something because it's active already and they're the only thing stopping it from going off. They seem totally relaxed, just another day on the job, waiting for the next command. I think they are. I think the last we heard, the route they wanted to go was with a negotiator. Negotiator first. That is textbook. You don't send the SWAT team first. That's a last resort. That's after other avenues have failed, and it's also after a great deal of information has been gathered about the incident and the individual and the risks that are at play.
1732.
Are they getting ready to move in? There are a couple teams that are close by that probably are on standby for moving in if needed. You can see a Bearcat right there. Another vehicle, another trailer pulling in right now with equipment. This is a police trailer. Looking for logos. It looks sort of like an older trailer too, almost like a horse trailer. just additional assets they're bringing in. The poor reporter in the white shirt looks very hot. He's actually all right. He's got some shade to stand in and water and a vehicle. Let's tune in really quickly and see what he has to say here. Okay. He's getting himself geared up. It's what's called the live hit in the news media. The anchors back at the station will prep the story and say, we have breaking news in Bakersfield, and at the address, here's our reporter on the scene with more information. Can you tell us what's going on? And then he'll respond and say, well, so-and-so, well, Betty, thanks for asking, I'm out here. And then he'll just go into his spiel. It's very well choreographed, and he has an earpiece in where a director is giving him a countdown. I know this too because I worked in the news media. I've both given the countdown and listened to the countdown as a cameraman, and signaled to the anchors and reporters when to talk. Ladders now being moved in. That's an interesting move. The ladders that will be taken in. That could indicate that there's a part of the building that has multiple levels on the outside that the officers want to navigate before they go inside. If there's a landing on the second level and a balcony on the third, that's where the ladder comes in handy.
Units for the relief for juvenile, first of Ayden, in the company of mother, first of Carol. There was an open case with CPS in Arizona, floor to this 1020.
Let's see. I have seen the news about Henry Nowak, the video out there. I mean, Elon's been tweeting about that, so it's all over the place. I've had more jobs than the average person.
It's starting to bother me now.
The heat's getting to the reporter. Maybe they'll access a higher floor and move down. I don't know. If it would be hard to get a helicopter up on the roof without somebody inside hearing it, possibly. That might be a little risky. A larger building where there's more floors between the helicopter drop-off zone and the suspect, that might be a move they would do. But I imagine with just 3 floors, they'll find a way to do this. So that crime scene tape broke already. Somebody had to drive through it. They're now tying a knot in it to stretch it back across the road.
Second was a transient Hispanic male, 30s, black baseball cap, white shirt, gray jeans, made threats to 242 the RP. He had something under his shirt, however, he could not tell what it was.
Crime scene tape like this a roll of it can be like well over 1,000 feet. It's incredibly easy to stretch, and it sort of has a giving point, and then it's gone. So it just breaks. But the reporter needs a squirt bottle, needs some water for sure. Standing out in the sun is no joke. I should have given him a better countdown, not had him stand there the whole time. Usually more than a minute, it seems to be too much. Budget cuts. Yep. Just tuned in. What am I missing? There is a situation right now with an individual in downtown Bakersfield, California, who says that he has a bomb strapped to his body and that he has hostages. He's on the 2nd or 3rd floor, I believe 3rd floor now, of the building with potential hostages with him. And he's said that the hostages have explosive devices attached to them as well, where if one of them leaves, all of them blow up. This could be a bluff. there could actually be
Well,
something.
Rochelle, that is right. We are
Yes,
now
Rochelle.
on hour 4 of this hostage standoff negotiation situation here in downtown Bakersfield. I'm at 18th and Chester Avenue here in downtown Bakersfield, where we are just a feet away here from one of these blockages. Here you can see right behind me, they're diverting traffic away from the situation as we speak. But again, what we do know at this hour, hasn't been a lot of updates since the last time we checked in at 5 o'clock, but what we do know is that there is, the police believe there is one person inside saying that they have a bomb strapped to their chest. It's in some way. They have not been able to confirm if it is indeed a bomb, but they are, of course, taking that seriously out of precaution, and that is why they are now keeping people away from this building. We do know there are multiple hostages inside that building, but the update we did get from Eric Celadon, a sergeant with Bakersfield Police, right before our 5 o'clock live hit, was that negotiators with the FBI and others were able to successfully negotiate to get one of those people out. Again, that most recent update was at 5 o'clock, where we did hear that the people inside that building thankfully had not been harmed. But what I do want to give you an information about, it's kind of tough to see from here because the scene is so large here, but there are a ton of agencies out here at this point. I've seen Bakersfield police officers, their SWAT team units. I've seen Homeland Security investigators. We believe the FBI is here. I've seen ATF agents. This is a massive law enforcement response to this. And again, the situation seems to be, right now, at least things seem calm here on the outside. Obviously, we have no way of knowing what things are like here on the inside. But again, at least negotiators seem like as of the 5 o'clock hour, they were able to make some progress. One thing that has changed between now and 5 o'clock is that they have actually pushed media a block further. We were able, so like I said, we're here at 18th and Chester. A block up that way, kind of over by the Well Comedy Club, was where they were staging media initially. They've now pushed that back a block further over by Rooster's Honky Tonk. So unclear as to why that was the case. Probably just trying to create a larger gap in case.
All right, let's drop that there. The video we have here, let's see if we can get these vehicles. These are all mobile command units. There's a Bearcat right there, that little round, sort of like the tank lid. That is a gunner position that allows an individual with a rifle to stand protruding from the top of the Bearcat and shoot from a relatively protected position while still having visibility of what's happening in front of them. So they're mounting. That Bearcat is extremely versatile. Imagine it like a large piece of Lego. That piece of equipment is extremely durable. It's able to be configured for a number of different scenarios, and it has mounting points and hardware, equipped with it, so it can be used in various scenarios and even in space restrictions if needed. So he's attaching something to the vehicle right now. It could be a camera system. It could also be lights. I'm just looking at that right now. That turret does rotate on the top, just like a tank. Let me turn this off. It's sort of right behind me. See that?
Transient, brown hat, black shirt, and black tank top, gray shorts. It's between our P's apartment, B1, and the pool, possibly in the front.
Looks like power has been applied to that. It may be lighting. Maybe lighting, but power taps are being fastened and locked onto that device that's protruding up next to the gunner, that hatch on the top. That's FBI as well. The woman on top of there is with the FBI, according to her jacket. Just thinking about situations where law enforcement has had to do crowd control, there are some similar devices to that are audio in nature. And let's see, and are used to disrupt or create a sensation of discomfort. So we'll see if that's what's going on there. Terrifying. Credence and Mikey, how you guys doing? Welcome. This is in LA. We're in Bakersfield. See if the FBI agent goes down the hatch there. That looks to be the rear of the Bearcats. And I don't see the hood protruding there. So I think it's pointed backwards, whatever it is, which will allow them to back in. There she's getting ready to go down the hatch. It's a rather tight fit, but if Santa could do it, then so could the FBI. There she goes. So she's inside the Bearcat now. That is a people mover. It's an armored people mover. It can be used to do offensive missions as well as put people in the right place at the right time. Shelly Small, thank you very much. Appreciate the gifted memberships. Do we know what the hostage taker wants? Yes. One thing he specifically asked was if the media was present. And this could be a couple things. He might want people to see what he's about to do. And he also might want to have the ability through a TV or an internet or something else to get updates on what's happening outside this this building. Is info cleared by cops for reporting before being reported? Yes, and I'd be surprised if any substantive information beyond one hostage has been released. I doubt that any names are out there at all, that they're really telling you anything. They're not going to tell you operationally anything they have planned, only that there might be, negotiators, or we're working on it. We have teams in place. We're, marshaling all our resources, and we're planning on this could take an extended period of time. We'd ask people to stay out of the area. It's going to be like a boilerplate type message that way. Until this is all over, and even after it's over, they'll be hesitant to share any details. I don't know any demographics, unfortunately, Princess. Maybe a custody issue. Does a Bearcat have AC? The one I was in did not. It was literally a surplus military vehicle that was an armored engine and a big shoebox on wheels. That was it. It had nothing of creature comforts. It literally just benches on the inside, so people could be stacked in deep and exit quickly. They're not going to have the regular seating, rows of seating like a 15 or 18 passenger van might have. They need to be able to have a lot of gear with them, whether it's body riot shields or weaponry or whatever else it may be, and be able to immediately open those back doors and just flood out. Oftentimes that's not even fast enough, and you'll see them make their final approach riding on the outside of that vehicle using all the handrails to get there. He might want to get his attention to his side of the story. That's also a possibility. Thinks he's falsely accused of something. I didn't hear that confirmation myself, but I did hear that radio call that he apparently had been accused of some sort of SA-related incident. I'm not sure if he had gone to prison. I didn't hear that part, but.
We now have the grandmother of Kaylin advising she's available for contact if necessary via 1021.
That might be related to this one. APCs is the Canadian name. Bearcats are in the U.S. This should help his charges. That information about the grandmother of an individual, that could be the grandmother of someone who knows the individual or is related in some way, or even is possibly on the inside, or somebody who was released from it. It could be very distant, but obviously the grandmother probably has some information she feels is important for them to know.
Not leaving. 4400 Woodlake Drive, second half therapies, son's girlfriend, first of Sydney, white female, 21, wearing blue pajamas.
That call sounds like that last call that it said he's willing to let the females out, but he himself is not leaving. That could be our suspects here.
Motorcycle helmet sitting down on number 18 NG George in the southeast corner, flying a drone. Unit to make contact with that subject.
The cops want the drone out of here. I don't think it's probably not legal to fly a drone in the area right there. So somebody with a motorcycle helmet is about to get a visit from the police. Let me check out mod chat 1 second.
Company 66, battalion 6. 66. Do you have any smoke showing?
All right, there's
We're at Mohawk and Rosedale, no smoke showing from here.
some more teams moving in.
You can cancel Four's equipment. When we get on scene, if we need them, we'll re-respond them. Base engine 4 patrol 4 complete, 1750.
Lots of FBI resources moving in, fully armored. Amber, thanks for that. I'm not going to report on that. I can't read that too. That's
4 by 8 controlling.
the SA charges. We got the information about the charges, and they're pretty bad.
Person 317 Circle Drive, cross of Ashby Street. Second house are a group of 4 subjects, approximately 2 arrived, occupying 2 white vehicles. One is a Lexus IS 300 and a white BMW. They were seen attempting to break into vehicles in the area of the 317 Circle.
4 by left hand stop in now.
Control 1, 244 Blood Pride 2, I'll be around to check the welfare. Is there a med unit available? 244 10-4, Matt 22, Control 1.
So we've got a viewpoint from the other angle here. That's going to be.
You can respond with 244 to 711 Columbus Street, cross of North Baker. It'll be a welfare check of the RP's sister, Evelyn Gomez, Hispanic female, 56 years old, wearing a light green shirt, dark green pants. Is diagnosed with schizophrenia and bipolar disorder at 711 Columbus.
Yeah, that's going to be something unrelated to this case. Shelly Small, thank you very much. 2 late nights in a row. You need your beauty sleep. Sleeps for the week. We are approaching 5 hours that this incident's been going on. That's a long time, but it's a good sign that nobody has been injured that we know of. Let's see. Trying to see if we see any movement on the building itself. In the windows, I'm not seeing it. Inside or on top of the roof. I believe the suspect is inside.
To 6225 Colony Street regarding a follow-up for tab 180194.
Have a sibling in FBI and SWAT. It's pretty awesome. It's a cool job. It is.
180194.
Kern County requires permission before takeoff and landing.
180-194, it's a patrol check.
Drones.
Park North. Clear for 1035 info.
Go ahead.
No stops, 27 suspended on CDC Pro for PC 422. Further info.
Advise on 948.
I took care of my withdrawal yesterday. Yeah. Banks closed for today, guys.
33 on the real mod. Yeah, they want go for.
What's interesting is we almost, oh look, there's a helicopter coming in. We almost had we almost went live from a manhunt in North Carolina yesterday morning. We've got all the equipment here to go live on the road and mobile and follow everything, cameras and all. And it almost happened. We were about ready to load up the vehicle and do the 3-hour drive to the scene where they were operating, and they caught him. So just about had another manhunt here in my home state, but maybe next time. Glad they caught him without incident, though. That was there was an incident. Unfortunately, he shot and killed one police officer and wounded another. But the officers took him into custody without incident. Good. The juveniles are okay. That's good news. I think we're going to try to bring in the radar here. Give me a second. We're trying to bring in the flight radar now that they've got a helicopter overseeing. Maybe that'll help us see what exactly is happening.
Are you able to attempt contact with a subject on the motorcycle number 18 and G George? Subject was flying a drone over the block of the area. Which one was this one? Go for it. Yeah, they all go for it.
In the Heart Hospital, or did they still have the big boulders up? Last we saw, they moved the boulders back to that location, and the UPS side is the only access. Copy. Engine 66, company 66, you go ahead and stage with engine 64. Engine 66, copy. Divider.
Trying to get this flight radar for you guys. Just one second. Still, the bomb squad scene is the most interesting thing happening. Looks like some food has been brought in. Time to get your snacks, people, before the action. All right, we've got Bakersfield.
Control 1, Frank 1, code 4.
advising that there were multiple subjects in possession of baseball bats and sticks, and that all juveniles are now at the park.
Yeah, nothing good's going to happen there. Let's go to 4 box here.
Day park.
Let's see, box 4 is going to be something else.
Patrol 64 is on scene. Location given is correct. Right behind the Heart Hospital. About a tenth of an acre running between 2 roads. Light grass. Slow rate of spread.
That's a fire.
It's a hard incident. 4B hard IC. Break time 6.
We do have a helicopter flying over the scene now doing circles. Not sure if it's a news or police helicopter, but I would guess from the fact that there is no ID number on the vehicle, it's probably law enforcement.
On the road. I know you can't afford the equipment, but you should be able to handle with the equipment responding. I copy. Break ECC. Show battalion 6. On scene and available. Scene 1800. It's 51 1097.
357.
Equipment on scene 1800.
All right, so no word yet if the person flying the drone over this area has been informed that that's not going to continue. So looking at the flight radar, if we zoom in on this,
602-2621, Cheshire, and an Airbnb residence. Also copy, check the welfare. That's also up.
we have one helicopter flying lazy loops around downtown. Just looking, it's about 1,500 feet off the ground. So it's pretty far up there. Let's see if they actually bring it into land. If they do bring it into land, that could be indication that they're trying to get personnel on that to put them on top of the building. That's about how my mother drives. Day tractor. Hopefully she's not listening. Adam Nusky here in chat. Good to see you, my friend. Adam's in the house. Adam's a longtime friend of the channel. There's only one helicopter in the air, which means they probably do have a notice out.
Last phonetically of John, Ida, Mary, Edward, Nora, Sam. First of Esmeralda is Edward, Sam, Mary, Edward, Robert, Adam, Lincoln, David, Adam. Born in 2000, 00.
Yeah, the drone pilot's about to get a visit, if they haven't already. Helicopter may be landing here. Let's see if we can zoom in here. They landed at the hospital. Not far away, just down the road. You can see that this little H on the screen right over here. Let's see if I can find my mouse. What's on this one? This little H right here. That's where the helicopter moved in and landed to. Oh, nope, they didn't. They flew right over it. They're over here. It was just a slow pass. Then he popped up on the other end. False alarm. Medical helicopters could be flying in the area if there's a hospital. So.
Can you add me to Temple David 1 call?
His ping just dropped off for a while. Who were they talking about? Born in 2000? It was a different call. I'll tell you when it's about this one. This is a trunked radio system. A trunked radio system has a whole bunch of different agencies using the same frequency at the same time, and they They use a frequency skipping technology that lets them jump between a lot of stations, a lot of channels at the same time, and all still hear each other. We have a suspect with claiming to have a bomb strapped to his chest that has hostages inside the Chase Bank building on the 3rd floor, possibly in the school building up there, and the school district offices. And FBI negotiators are on the scene, as our SWAT team personnel, ready to do whatever it is going to take to bring an end to this, hopefully peacefully for all the hostages and maybe for the suspect as well. This is a sad situation, Shelly Knuckles Kelly, but I do enjoy all these all day and evening RA streams, so it's good and bad. Thank you. Shelly, 22 months makes you an OG. Thanks for your support on the channel. 34 more likes, and we hit 1,000. 27 likes now. What's the type of radio system? It's called a trunked radio system, where it may have the park service, the police, the sheriffs, and everybody using this trunked system, which could be a bundle of 15 different frequencies, but they all have codes and an algorithm.
Can you check with DCC and see if they've responded today?
That all their radios are programmed to, so they can just follow their own conversation and not hear anyone else's. So although we're hearing many people, they would only hear their own or what they want to hear. Just Stephanie W. gifted a membership. Thank you. Thank you. And we hit 1,000. That's wonderful. FAA prohibits flying drones in a way that interferes with emergency operations. The fines, the upper ends, they'll get you. California Penal Code.
Late 60s, short white hair, dark blue shirt and jeans, possibly under the influence, laying on the ground north of the intersection.
That's not related. Reporter's about to do another live hit. This coming up on approaching 5 hours since this all started.
4 West 51.
Let's get a good focus. Zoom in, get the focus. Zoom back out. Helicopter's still flying lazy loops.
Not hearing anything, are you? I'm not hearing anything from them, are you? Okay.
Where is this? This is in Bakersfield, California. On 18th
I can hear
and
you.
Chester.
Check 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3.
Loud and clear, man. Loud and clear. Sounds great.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of give a brief entrance of where we're at, Steve, and then I'm going to step out and kind of talk. I think they have VO ready if they take that at some point too. But I'll kind of step out the way, and then you can kind of zoom in.
VO
I'll
is
start making my way
voiceover.
back, and you can zoom out on me.
So his voice is going to continue.
If you guys can hear me, am I tossing to the break or am I tossing back to Rochelle?
This will determine whether he
Toss back to
says
Rochelle. Gotcha.
back to you. So Rochelle, back to you is how he's going to end his live hit. VO is voiceover. The break is the commercial break. He's nervous and sweating to death. But Rochelle's going to be asking him a question. He might start nodding to the camera because in his ear he can hear Rochelle back in the studio. Get the kid an umbrella. Anything known about the suspect? Yes, we know who it is. We're just not publishing the name. It seems that the allegations that there were some charges that he wishes to be cleared of, or that he thinks he did not commit or should not have been found guilty of or charged with, that seems to be the motivating factor here. Could have also played out in a custody dispute. Dana Williams, 37 months. Thank you very much, Dana. OG. Franco, TC Junkie, we've got a terrible situation with an individual who has what he says is a bomb strapped to his chest in the top level of the Chase building in Bakersfield, California. News is about to do a live hit right now. He's nodding. Rochelle is about to say, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, Rochelle, right now we are at 18th Street and Chester here in downtown Bakersfield. I'm right near the Chain Cone Clark building and 1800 here, just off to my right to give you a better idea of where I'm located. But just behind me, if you can take a look right here, we're just feet away from this police blockade here again at 18th Street and Chester. You can see just off in the distance is that Chase Bank location, and you can see some of the police vehicles there. From my count here at this location, there's about 6 police vehicles right here. But this scene is taking place really across the entire block, just down the road towards the Comedy Club is where a lot of those officers are staged right there. I mean, we are talking a very large police presence here at this point. But one of the major impacts we're seeing right now from this incident, again, this is a hostage situation inside the Chase Bank location here downtown on Chester Avenue, is that a lot of these nearby businesses appear to be closing for the day, or at least closing for the time being. We know a lot of locations, or a few locations, have been evacuated near that location, including some city buildings, as well as some of the other buildings across the street. But there is a police barricade set up really around a 3-square block location here of this Chase Bank on Chester Avenue. And again, that information that we do know here at this point, the confirmed information from the police department at this hour is that there is a suspect inside that location claiming to have a bomb strapped to their body. We confirmed that with Bakersfield Police. That initial update came in around 1:30 that there was some sort of police
nearly 5 hours
at this
ago.
Location. We do not know how many hostages are in that location. We were told by police that there is at least one there right now, but this is obviously a very developing situation. We're hearing a lot of information. I do want to note about on police scanners, information of that sort. We don't want to report that information right now because that is not confirmed. So what we do know right now is that there is a suspect in there claiming to have a bomb strapped to their chest, and at least one hostage in that location. From what we know, Bakersfield Police Department is on scene trying to negotiate with that suspect, but obviously still a very developing situation here. We're at 18th and Chester here in downtown Bakersfield, but we're going to try and get some more updates on here
Rochelle, back
from
to you.
police as this goes on. But we've been here for about 3 hours here at this point, and who knows how long it is going to continue into this evening. But we'll have those updates for you later tonight. But Rochelle, I'm going to send things back over to you. Reporting live here in downtown Bakersfield, Michael Patterson, Eyewitness News.
Toss back to the studio. He's out and clear unless Rochelle has a follow-up question. Sometimes the anchor will have a follow-up question. Looks like she does not. He's clear, so he'll walk out of frame. He's done.
Oh, okay.
We're clear.
I can't hear him anymore.
All right, listen back to the scanner again.
What do you guys know? Well, I mean, nothing.
I mean, we know basic information just from what they've confirmed to us, that there's, hostage situation inside the bank, that there's at least one person inside being held hostage. But, there's a whole lot of stuff we're hearing over the police scanner, but none of that's been confirmed by police. But so, yeah, it's been about 3 hours. I think it's about 4:30 right now. It's been about 3:30 since this is all going on.
Did you hear that it might be a military vest?
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
Oh, you don't?
That hasn't been confirmed by police to us. So I know there's a lot of information swirling out about the suspect and things that he's saying, but we only report on what we can confirm by police.
Okay. Well, what channel are you guys?
So we're with Eyewitness News. So we're KBAK CBS.
I think my mom wants to go.
Good. Yeah, what's your name, man?
Ivan.
Michael, nice to meet you.
Ivan, you're the man.
My school, my friend is part of it. He likes taking pictures on for college. And,
oh yeah.
Yeah, that is like a cool camera.
Okay, we're gonna.
Nice. Yeah. It's a big thing, but yeah, no, it's crazy stuff. I don't know how long this is gonna go on for.
How long you guys been here? 4 hours?
I mean, I've been here just about like 20, 30 minutes, but I mean, we've, as a team, have been out here for almost 3 hours.
3 hours?
We got the first alert that this was happening around 1:30. But I think around 1 o'clock was when the call came in, but we didn't find out until 1:30. So
I'm surprised the bomber doesn't get tired, right?
yeah, I have no idea what's going on inside there. Only can hear rumors. So
Reporter's doing a good job tamping down some of the information. Let's see if he has a pink phone. What? Plot twist. That's the guy. No, it's not. Let's see. Don't think it's a robbery. Don't know how many hostages. We've heard up to 8, not confirmed. Not a bank robbery. More resources showing up in unmarked cars with lights. Some reports as high as 8, also not confirmed. We know that 1 has been released. Let's take a look at the flight radar one more time, and helicopter's still making those loops. That yellow track is going to get more and more dense as it flies that same pattern over and over. This helicopter has no. It's an Airbus H125, but no tail mark, no markings or information in the system here. So it's probably with the police or FBI. I'm running about a 30-second delay. Roken, this is what I love. I love doing this stuff. We actually just finished building a mobile 4K studio that can go live from the back of a vehicle. So we're hoping to do a few more of these on scene where our specialty might be a little more useful. So specialty camera shots. So I can take 20 different 4K streams at once with this system and send it back to anywhere from anywhere. Let's fly to Cali, says Schmoopy. It's gonna be over before then. This is not the sort of thing that goes more than 24 hours. It's just for that to be the case, it would have to be multiple people with all sorts of fail safes and levels of security or deterrence against entry. And I just don't see one person being able to pull off that type of a standoff. Helicopter registration is November 828 Alpha Papa. If you see who it's registered to, that would be great information. I'm guessing FBI. You don't want to fly there right now. Nope. Nikki, not far away. This is home sweet home practically. 2.5 hours. I think that works out to be 10 miles on the California freeways. Is that correct? 10 miles an hour or 5 miles an hour?
West 51 Temper. 51. Motor 51 Temper.
I think it began earlier. Is that Eastern time, Leonard? Because it was about 1 o'clock California time.
Current 2015 BMW.
All right, let's show you the walking around part over here. This is the bomb squad trailer that's set up. There's also right underneath me, there's a little bit of that little round circle. That's the hatch to a Bearcat, FBI Bearcat, where they've attached some lighting. Nice gravelly voice there.
We'll contact all for ambulance ETA.
This is home to me. Don't hate me, but is it a confirmed custody thing? No. The only thing that we have confirmed is basically what we heard in the report on the news, that there's somebody who claims to have an explosive attached to their chest and claims to have hostages. And the police have confirmed there's like at least one hostage. That's about it. So the claim is the operative word. He also at one point claims that there was the explosive device he had a 15 to 20 foot kill radius, meaning you can't get close to me or I can set it off and anyone within that radius would die. He claimed also that the hostages were daisy chained together with explosive devices, and if one left, it would all go off. He's called it a bouncing baby type explosive, which is and also called it's like a grenade. So, and that he said that he's been planning this for 8 years. Could be that 8 years ago was the thing that happened that brought him to this point, but I doubt he's been planning this day for 8 years. It just doesn't make sense. It seems just a little too random. Why don't we know why this person is holding these hostages? It hasn't been confirmed, and the police are not going to confirm this until it's over. There's allegations that involved custody. There are allegations that involved some charges that were filed against him or that he was found guilty of. We have those documents. We're not going there. It's, first of all, it's content we wouldn't cover on this channel. It's not good stuff. The bird is ABC 7. Let me zoom in here. Let's take a look and see if we can find ABC 7's feed.
Control on Ridge Court 410-7.
410-7.
Control on Tech 16, send me the GT investigation.
Tech 16 over.
All right, let's see if we can put this up.
Control 1 with David 70 code 4. Yeah, David 70 code 4. Off right, I'm copying the C for assignment.
ABC 7 has something else going on. I mean, they've got people.
Medical aid 8305 Maxi Drive for diabetic issues.
That's just a police operation. I don't think that's ABC 7.
60 code 4. For Eagle David 1 situation.
Rose 4 units at 97.
Okay, as you can see on the screen here, we've got a couple different people who are providing feeds of this area. This Dad's gone live in the big box right now, showing the bomb squad. Showing the bomb squad, where the most important thing happening is a buffet table has been set out for those who have been here for a couple hours. They need to eat to be able to keep functioning at their peak. And so grab yourself a sandwich, grab yourself a Pepsi. It looks like they've got some snacks all around, but people are grabbing a bite to eat. Some wearing suits, some wearing Kevlar. FBI's there, police are there. We have, I think, Homeland Security. I haven't known for sure, but there's a lot of unmarked vehicles. Let's see. In the right-hand screen over on the middle, we'll put that on the big screen for just a second. We have one helicopter has been circling for about 40 minutes. Definitely not autopilot. This is manual flight, as you can see from the sort of erratic flight patterns and the reversals. But he's circling right over the bank there in downtown Bakersfield. From the ground, just a little ways away, the news have set up and are viewing the building. There's the building where we believe that the hostage taker is on the third floor with one or more hostages, possibly as many as 7, up there and making demands of various types. FBI negotiator was en route. They're saying they're now here negotiating with him and possibly or securing the release of suspects, including at one point we heard a radio traffic saying he was willing to release females. So we'll see if that actually happens or if there's any action there. Then another view over here from another angle. To a low angle, this coming from the news that's doing regular updates about every 10 to 15 minutes. This is from about 2 blocks down the street on Chester. And you can see that cars are flipping around there as they have nowhere to go. unless you want to park right here in front of the news shot, which is probably a no parking zone. And she says, yeah, that's going to be it. Looks good to me. The police are busy anyway. What are they going to do about it? She looks at the sign, says no parking. She says, but that doesn't apply to me. And she pulls forward and puts it in the big P. There we go, park. So, all right. Do they know, in fact, that he has a bomb? No. They only know that he claims that he has a bomb. So way to park right there. And now she's sort of making that narrow U-turn spot even more narrow by taking up some of the width that's afforded to them. Let's see which one's on a loop. What are you looking for? The helicopter is definitely flying in a loop, but that's been flying for a while. We can still see it sort of approaching, going over the hospital right now. The probably the most action happening right here at this table where the food's being handed out. Everyone come and get your snacks. The guy in the gray suit has been snacking at the buffet for some period of time. Little motion down here from streamers. This is RD on the scene. Shout out to RD. Got a sort of the back angle on the building. Or I think it's the same angle, but from down the street a little better. Hasn't been pushed back. Might be over next to, just to the left of this shot. Just trying to confirm that. It's hard to tell for sure. There are probably literally hundreds of officers and agents and associated personnel working this issue, both on scene and remotely. So the logistics of managing that quickly goes to, includes the logistics of managing people and making sure there are restroom facilities and water and rotations for shifts as people spend a couple hours in the sun in heavy gear. Mission safety to all. Berkeley fam, thank you very much. Love that the squad gets its own logo on the truck. Yeah, they have that. That's their own truck. That's not a Bakersfield police. Anyone can use it in the department. That is bomb squad only. The FBI crew by the Bearcat seems to be staging. They are all geared up. We're seeing long rifles. Everyone's grabbing a snack and some water, but they also seem to be just about ready to climb into that Bearcat and move into position. Possibly rotate out another team that's already up closer. The organization is crazy. There's a lot of training that goes into this. Obviously, just the basic dispatch skills that dispatchers have is a requirement as far as call outs and who's going where and where officers are around the city. And dispatch will still manage that at other events. But incident command is taking over this one, and most of the radio traffic for this event is on another channel. So we're hearing the associated calls in Kern County in our scanner right now. Being a mod here has been a multi-month hostage situation. GMA Brewer, if you are close to the area, the police are advising to stay away because they don't know what's happening. A few close-ups at the building. I'll tell you one thing I'm not seeing any windows that have been broken out. There's no indication that the hostage taker has a firearm, possibly just a potential explosive device, which is could be more dangerous. But John Cook, welcome to the jury. Thanks, my friend. Oh man, lucky patrons getting shot with water guns on a hot day like this. Too bad the cops are going to tell the kids to knock it off. How did the media find out who it is? Reports on the scanner and a little bit of investigative digging.
Messages still inside and just verified they are all code 4.
Okay, code 4 is good. Code 4 is good, and I believe that is still, that's talking about the hostages in here, or a team.
Again is asking for his case file.
That's the subject. He's asking for his case file. That's something we heard early on as well, that he wanted his case file for the allegations or charges that were against him. We know what that is. We're not going to be talking about it. FBI has a SWAT team, yes.
Situation.
Have not seen the ladders. It's possible that that some of these teams are waiting until the cover of darkness to be able to make some moves where they can move up on the building without being seen, especially if they're able to turn off any street lighting or building lights are in the area that could possibly illuminate them. But I'm imagining a box fort. I hope that's all it is. Just Shamrock. I don't know all the buildings that are housed here. I thought it was just the bank, but apparently the top floor is rented out and used by the school district and possibly some other companies or agencies. Or I don't know if it's significant who occupies that floor. It doesn't seem to be related, at least in my mind. Are there criminal defense law offices? That could be the connection. He just submitted his FOIA. Unfortunately, California is a bear for getting FOIAs fulfilled. They're really good at helping you submit them, but when it comes to actually giving you the data, it's another story altogether. So, another quick glance back at the bomb squad. The guy in the gray suit still making his sandwich. He's spent a considerable amount of time there at the buffet table. I guess rank has its privileges. Not sure what he's doing there, but now he's taking a call. Is this a robbery hostage situation? Just hostage, no robbery, unfortunately. And if it were a robbery, that could be something that could be resolved with sending him money and then catch him as he tries to get the money. But this seems to be more personal in nature. So not a robbery. It's just a coincidence of the Chase Bank building. FOIAs are only for federal records. You have to submit public information requests like a grandma request for local district requirements. Yes, I've submitted many in California. Some with the California Highway Patrol, some with police departments and agencies, and I've received back exactly 0 documents from all of them. But they have sent me on a wild goose chase, which is always fun. Someone should show Gray Suit the movie 7. That's a little much. I mean, free sandwiches, sign me up. That's one of the perks about responding to this. When I was doing communications for major events, I ran communications for wildfires, for
just east of Callaway. 8 Adam King John 920 White Camry.
That's a traffic stop. With the license plate. When I was doing communications for we had a crash with a propane tanker that eventually lit on fire, and evacuating people and things like that. The command center was where you wanted to be at, because local businesses would show up with water and with all sorts of goodies. Let's see. Not seeing anybody on top of that Chase Bank. That top level, you should be able to see, heads and shoulders of people if they were standing on that top level. But let's see. The hostages are employees of KCSOS. I'm not familiar with what KCSOS is. There are no law offices in the building. What is KCSOS? We know there are other companies or other offices other than Chase in this building. Kern County Superintendent of Schools. It just, with what we know or what we've heard about this suspect, the school doesn't seem to be a logical connection to the case, unless potentially they have a child in the school district. It doesn't seem like a logical, I'm going to go threaten the school district. Why there of all places? I think he was like, go there for training. Girlfriend's mom works for the school district and escaped. Oh my goodness, it's crazy. Can't imagine the mayhem as this was just going down, as this was starting. Let's listen into the news really quickly.
Now, just joining us here online, I wanted to let you know that there is a bomb threat happening at the Chase Bank. I'm going to step out the frame just to give you a perspective here. We are on the corner of 8.
Okay, so that's the same information we had before. They're sort of recycling that as they go through. The bomb threat is active. The bomb allegedly is on the suspect of this standoff, and he apparently has hostages with him. That's a different case altogether. That's not the same one. Will this show up on his credit report? Probably. But more importantly, it will probably show up on his criminal rap sheet. The school reported him. Okay, let's stop on that for now, because that gets too close to some of the issues at the case file he's wanting. Do you think it's real? I don't think it is. I think there's a potential it could be. I would say if he has training in the military, then yes, but I don't believe he's got daisy-chained explosive devices on every person. And I'm pretty sure with each hostage that gets released and they get debriefed rapidly.
Do you have any priors for possession of HNS? Last name will be Harold. First of Donald.
It's a different person.
Date of birth will be 12. Social will be 5.
We're not going to give out socials. So we are down to 6. He's let 2 go. You're expecting logic. I'm telling you, it just doesn't stand to reason that this guy has planned this for 8 years and is just now today pulling this off at the school district offices. It does not make sense. It's possible that he may have been charged with something 8 years ago, and now he's mad about that. But it just doesn't make sense that he's planned this for 8 years and he's meticulously executing this plan. I'm not buying that. 1097 No DA or law offices at all. It's just the school district offices.
From Control 3, a female advising that her daughter was calling at 4:15 and disconnected on transfer. No answer on callback. 10428 Main Street, be the Walmart liquor.
Voltage copying route.
Yeah. There could be some mental health issues at play as well. Yeah, this is a serious charge. If this ends with everybody peacefully going home or to custody, the charges from this one will be quite serious. I do subscribers only mode because it stops the trolls. There are some trolls that will just jump in any stream and just put whatever they want on the screen. Trolls have very little patience, and most of them can't wait 5 minutes to say what they want to say, and they'll go somewhere else. So it's for your benefit. The thing that worries me is that he did ask to have make sure the media was here. And to me, that indicates that either he wants to have coverage from the outside so he knows what's going on, so we can monitor it. And that's for like a tactical advantage in case something happened. Of course, the media's not going to show the moment that the SWAT team moves in, and they do that intentionally. Or it could mean that he is dead set on carrying out his plan, and he wants to go out with a bang, quite literally, and he wants that to receive the greatest amount of exposure that possibly can. Both are scary, but you also just might want his message out there in case he gets the chance or thinks that he's going to have the opportunity to read his manifesto over live evening news, which rarely happens. Do we know if he's acting alone? Currently, they believe there's just one person in there as far as hostage taker. That's a different call. It's not this one.
Black shirt, jean shorts, power unit to copy.
That's a different call.
1225 copy and wrap. 25 10 4. 5 Central 1 1 again for you.
5 Central 1 10 4, subject in custody.
No, one at gunpoint. That's not in custody.
Not in custody.
Yeah. Thank you. It's a big difference between in custody, which would mean in cuffs, and at gunpoint, which would mean standing at a distance, facing the business end of a Glock. Tumwater Troy gifted a... Okay, now he's in custody. Tumwater Troy, thanks for the gifted membership. This is all happening in addition to this bomb threat, these calls that are happening. We've heard people with guns possibly breaking into vehicles, a little police foot chase there, and a felony stop, all happening at the same time in the same county of California. So a busy, busy day down there. I did grow up listening to the police scanner. Back in the day when if you wanted to... 1020's location. What's your 20? If you wanted a new frequency to listen to, you had to buy. You had to buy a new crystal chip to plug into the scanner. Those days have long changed. But watching the windows for any movement, a lot of the windows are open. Curtains seem to be drawn or blinds pulled back. No windows broken out, which is great. I think that's wonderful. I wonder if they know what corner of the building they're in. More personnel staging there by the FBI Bearcat and the food table by the bomb squad down in the bottom left-hand corner. Thanks to Dad for that one.
17-460, 500 days will be en route to Kern Medical follow-up. And I'll be en route to LEO towing to meet Castro for evidence tow.
I'm just trying to keep my eyes glued to all these windows on the screen here to see if there's any movement or somebody at a window that's looking out or moving. Not seen anything yet.
Illegal 57 show, staff room 102.
KLB, we have here a terrible situation out of California, Bakersfield, California, in the Chase building, which is on the top floor, the third floor. There's a hostage situation with a bomb threat where the hostage taker claims to have a bomb strapped to his chest that is capable of killing everyone within a 15 to 20 foot radius if it goes off. He does have at least one hostage, possibly more. And we're, just hopeful that the police are able to negotiate successfully. There is a negotiator there. The FBI negotiator is on hand. That he has released one, possibly two suspects. Or two hostages, excuse me, not suspects. And we're hopeful that all the hostages are released peacefully and that this gentleman can be taken into custody, get the care that needs, which is probably mental as well. There could be a major mental health issue here that could be possibly use some treatment. Looking back at the flight radar. Let's see. A couple more vehicles show up. All unmarked. In a little caravan. Thank you for the goat trophy. It is amazing. Vicky, appreciate it. I missed a couple earlier. Thank you all for the support. It means a ton. They like to have two SWAT teams, possibly two or three, at least 2 or 3 Bearcats on site. Let's see what we have here on 2. The flight just disappeared over Bakersfield, so he just either landed or flew out of the area. Now not showing any flights over the downtown Bakersfield. Let's listen back into the news really quickly.
Check.
Yep, we hear you.
Oh, man.
It's so hot down there. I don't envy his job. He's getting an update right now from his producer. They haven't confirmed there is a bomb. Haven't confirmed any of that yet.
Yeah, that's a good update.
That's a good update. Lady with the red car's back, making the loops. We'll give him a minute before his...
Could you, just in case, because my phone's been acting weird, if you could just give me cues, just in case.
I can't get in.
Oh, okay. Well,
what channel are you on?
2.
2? Okay.
1 kept ringing and it wouldn't take for me. I just know we're supposed to be coming in soon, so, and I don't hear anything.
His IFB is not working. He has an earbud in there. Should be able to hear.
Caution, I don't hear anything. You're hearing things?
No, it's just ringing.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm hearing things now. I just wish I could hear the show. So, there's Paul.
hear the show.
Okay.
Crossroads, 1098, can you place me back on my prior call?
A lot of FBI full tactical gear staging right down there.
We're about to go on.
They're a lot of fun. A lot of police scanners are switching to encrypted channels, which most news networks cannot listen to. A few places allow you to have a decrypting scanner for the news agencies, but very few. So the days of scanner chasing are going away, unfortunately. Okay. Let's listen to his update. I think the update's going to say that nothing's really confirmed from the allegations. You can see he's nodding. Rochelle's talking, or whoever it is, Paul. Is it Paul that's talking to him from the studio? There he goes. He's about to get. You can see him nodding as he's listening and following along from the anchors. 3, 2, 1, 0. That's my guess. I was off.
Well, Rochelle, right now we are at 18th Street and Chester Avenue here in downtown Bakersfield. I'm standing right next to the 1800 here, just off to my right shoulder. And you can see that barricade taking place here just a block away here from this intersection, that Chase Bank building that we're talking about here, this hostage situation, just down the block here. Now, one thing I do want to let you all know about is we did just receive 2 important pieces of information here related to this incident. The first being that the FBI and hostage negotiators are on scene, and they have told us that they were able to successfully negotiate the release of one of those hostages there from the suspect. So a good development here in this situation. There's that at least one of those hostages has been released. That is according to Eric Celadon, a sergeant with the Bakersfield Police Department. And also what we're learning too is that we tried to get some confirmation if police have determined whether there is actually a bomb strapped to this person's chest. They cannot confirm that there is actually a bomb, just that that person has reported that there is one. So there is still the possibility that this could be a bluff. But and again, this all according to Bakersfield Police. Eric Celadon just talking to us just a couple of minutes ago. But a very developing situation. They still have yet to confirm if that is an actual explosive, but they are of course treating it as if that is the case. Another piece of information we just now learned here is that there are believed to be other hostages here in that situation, but another good update is that everyone still appears to be in good health. So there are no injuries related to this incident again. But again, there is a hostage situation here. A man inside the Chase Bank building reportedly has a bomb strapped to his chest. That is what he has told police, and they are treating it as a serious situation. But again, that most recent update from the Bakersfield Police Department is that one of those hostages was able to be released, thankfully from help from the FBI crisis negotiators and local crisis negotiators. But of course, this is still a very developing situation. We do believe that there are still more people inside that building. This has been going on now for about 3.5 hours here. No clue how long this will take, but we will continue to be out here on this location as well as law enforcement to try and hopefully get a peaceful resolution to this. But I'm going to send things back over to you, Rochelle, reporting live here in downtown Bakersfield. Michael Patterson, Eyewitness News.
Mike, you rocked it. Solid live hit. Rochelle isn't asking questions of him, so he's clear. We'll turn off that audio here for a little bit. Let's see. The view here, once again, we're seeing the FBI team just at the corner of their barricade. It's sort of behind that tree off to the left of the top image above me. Behind me, that's the flight radar over downtown Bakersfield. And as you can see, there's nothing in the air. There's nothing flying overhead. There was a helicopter that cleared the area, and the flight path disappeared. So nothing overhead. Potentially drones could still be up. Police drones, those do not show up on Flight Radar usually, but so did he release a second hostage or just one? The initial report from that gentleman that confirmed they released one hostage was an early report, right when we started covering this, and we've heard something since then. I would say it's unconfirmed, so I'd say one or two hostages have been released, and we did hear radio traffic where he indicated he was going to possibly release more hostages or release the female hostages. That also hasn't been confirmed. That was just radio traffic from dispatch. Right back at the buffet table behind the bomb squad, gray suit's taken off his jacket, so now he can go in undercover with a white shirt. Oh, look, it's a new person. No, just kidding. That's somebody else. But suits and ties and a lot of badges down there as everyone's sort of staging. Sort of some motion there from the FBI as they all sort of move in a certain direction. Let's see if they're actually going to get on their Bearcat and move out. Some looky-loos have set up in front of the news in this top window in the top right-hand corner. Sort of getting as close to the barricade as possible. Everyone with their eyes glued on that building to see if it is in fact anybody moving in there that you can tell. The light's about to reflect off of it. If you can see the sun, it's about to catch the glare of the sun pretty well. So it might be difficult to see inside until after the sun goes down. It started at 1 o'clock California time, Pacific time. Is there any job you haven't had? I've never been a pilot. Never done underwater basket weaving. Other than that, no, just kidding. No, there's a lot I haven't done. You have one more hour of sunlight in California. It is 10 p.m. here on the East Coast. It was dark hours ago, but sunlight's going to be fading here rapidly in California. I've not been a midwife, although, arguably, I've got 6 kids and I was there for all of them, so I think I helped a little bit. A little over an hour till sunset. Live less than 2 miles away from there. Nivik, stay safe. Hopefully this ends well for everybody who's involved, especially the people who had no idea that their workday was going to be extended this way through an inconsiderate action of a selfish individual. Watching the stream from 2 devices, what's the current status of the situation? Burn plays, we're still waiting. There's still a holding pattern. We know that there is still at least a hostage or more inside the building. We don't know if the bomb on the suspect's chest is real, but the police are treating it as if it was. Colorado chat with Johanna says, working all day, coffee from Delaware. Thank you, appreciate it. I've got some water here. Deer Park water, not a sponsor yet. Deer Park, if you're out there, hit me up. Can't wait for you to come up with an app that allows people when it's a verdict or something in radio, like a weekend gig. I'm more inclined to come up with an app that allows you to send video live to my studio with a push of a button, which we've actually got set up. Not the app, but we've got the back-end technology set up for that allows you to send 4K streams, broadcast quality over a marginal network. So we're excited about that. We're getting there. Does this count as one of those special YouTube things you have to do? No, Pantoufle, no. This is what I love to do. This is my true love when it comes to live streaming. Everyone in Georgia, make sure you fill up your gas tanks tonight since the gas tax suspension ends tonight. How much does it go up? Imagine it's probably like 20 or 30 cents a gallon. That's significant. Hokey pokey dokey, thoughts to the loved ones and the hostages as well. The anxiety they must be feeling, I'm sure it's through the roof. So I do hope everyone ends well. EDB does have an app. She's a game changer when it comes to that. She's amazing. Sitting by the river on vacay, and I have RA on live. Paradise, Miss Texas chick, you didn't offer to take us with you. What? Who signed your vacation form? I don't remember seeing that. And you're pink. Congratulations. 33 cents. 33 cents a gallon. That's a difference. Do you cover high-speed chases? Steeler, Credence and Mikey are probably the best for covering high-speed chases. We have in the past. We've covered some school bus chases and things that have been a lot of fun. The problem is YouTube really doesn't like them. Those felony stops with the police shouting, get on the ground, and everything with their sidearms out. YouTube has been had a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction and started punishing channels that show that. They allow for news. Specifically, it's allowed for news coverage. So this, with officers there with long arms and sidearms, we're fine with that. But for some reason, they get caught on a police chase. And sometimes also in court appearances when a defense lawyer or prosecutor holds up a weapon that was used in a crime that can be very problematic for the channel. All right. We had a bus chase once. They've been there since 1. This is a long time, probably 4 or 5 hours. This has been dragging on. And so teams are being rotated out, I'm sure. We're going to see this team that's down at the bottom with the Bearcat. They are not active. I mean, they're active right now, but they're not, on high alert in position. They're probably going to be rotated out when it becomes time to give the other team a spell. And they might be the team that actually does the work here of making an arrest. Checking the windows, looking for any motion. I don't see any yet. When the sun goes down, if there are lights on inside, that could give us a peek inside the building. Mama G in Texas, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Welcome, new subscribers. Laura, it's 3 a.m. over in the UK. You're in the UK, right, Laura? I think you are. Hit the Georgia command to wake me up if something happens.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Yeah, we're trying not to use too many of those commands. Those are some sound effects we use on the channel when we're watching court, and it's a little bit slow. Those are sound effects that happen from trials. If you haven't been here before, we normally follow live trials across the U.S. Basically, the legal proceedings that happen after an event like this, and right before somebody goes to prison. That's what we typically watch. Mike's on his way back. He's done some scouting around. Let's see if he's got any info for us here. Oh, Mike's off, so nope. Ireland. So close, Laura. Started around 1:15 Pacific time. Do you have a YouTube plaque hung up in a courtroom? Yes, that's over my shoulder right here. It's unofficial. That's a plaque that was sent to me from Debbie, the Creative Bee, one of our supporters and channel members when we hit 5,000 subscribers a long time ago, many years ago. But any idea why he took hostages? Probably to get attention and to secure his own safety during this ordeal, so he can accomplish the goals that he wants. I don't think, because there have been no injuries so far, I don't think his goal is to injure people or harm as many people as he can. And that's a good thing. But when you have hostages, that sure gets the police attention and it gets the media's attention. And if you have a message that you think is not being heard or not being let out to the public, you think you're being treated unfairly. That's one of the ways people in the past have tried to get the message out, by using hostages to get access to a bullhorn, so to speak, and get word out. I don't believe you. Is that fake? Yes, it is. It's this one right here. So it's not an official YouTube, but this is for surpassing 5,000 subscribers from the Creative Bee, Debbie, a good friend. It's just a homemade plaque that she sent me. I think this is Israel. Well, you would be mistaken. That's the Chase Bank is your telltale sign, and you can also see the bomb squad in English for Bakersfield there in the top screen. So those would be your clues. Tornado Annie, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. You're demanding FBI presence. You don't commit a misdemeanor. He went straight to multiple felonies. Right. He maxed out on the seriousness level right away. But he has requested that the media be here, and he wanted a negotiator. The FBI negotiator is there. Let's see what's happening up there in that top corner. Take a quick look at that. Are they swatting flies, or ladies doing a little wrist flick that was interesting? Shaking hands, welcoming each other, saying hi. That bottle of water seems to have a hole in it. More just showed up. Let's go back to our 4-box here. One, two, three, four. See if we've got some audio we can listen in on, maybe camera 3 here really quickly. Or 6. Let's do 6. This is what you'd call NATS, or natural sound, just camera picking up what's happening around it. So that's in this box right here. Nothing there that we need that will add to the conversation. So we'll wait. I'd be stress eating like mad. Yeah. What's the latest just got here? No, actually, we don't have any updates that would tell us anything interesting or confirmatory about the suspect himself, as to why he did this, as to how many hostages he has. We know that he's released at least one and has at least one. Whether or not the bomb is real has also not been confirmed. There's just a lot of information that's floating around out there that hasn't been confirmed and probably won't be. This isn't the police's main goal, is to confirm information for the media. They actually put that as a secondary thing, usually after the incident is over. If it's a short one like this, and even though it's going to 5 hours, that's short in an incident. Some can go extended periods of time. When you think about the manhunt that went for 13 days up in Pennsylvania. When you start talking about end of shift and a new day coming up, that's when you start having the PIOs, the public information officers, go out and provide an update. Sometimes ask the public for help if they're looking for information or camera footage, or if providing a number for somebody to call if they have information. That would come out in a PIO statement first, but we have not really seen much of that at all. The crosswalk timer is confusing me. Yes, it makes it look like the camera's on a loop, but that's people just keep clicking the button. That's it. They keep clicking the button. Up in this corner. This is. Oh, let's see what's happening here. A little focus. Okay, we got there. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's go back to 1. Big shout out to Dad's Gone Live. Oh wow, there's news. There's news carrying TVUs and backpacks, and also that's FBI as well. That looks like cameras and cables. That's interesting. FBI there. It looked like a TVU backpack, a streaming backpack, but possibly could be a drone pilot, would be my guess on that, is that you've got somebody bringing in drone equipment, specialized drone equipment. That would explain the the Pelican cases and the backpacks. Let's see, there they are at the bottom of the screen now, coming into the screen as we've sort of rotated the view. The lady in the red hair. I think we might have some FBI drones that might be going up. Time to drill holes and get cameras set up for the feds. Showing that stuff is no bueno when the perp wants media coverage. This doesn't get his message out. As a matter of fact, we're specifically not talking about the case. We have his name. We have the case. We have the case file. We're specifically not doing that. We're not going to be a part of that. Let's see. What do we have here? Those are ambulances, medics on standby just down the street from the command center. You've got a couple command trucks. The Bearcat there behind the tree with the hatch open. The bomb squad with the little roof out. Let's see. Hello, granddaughter. My granddaughter is watching. Just found out I have one granddaughter who is not yet one. So keep it friendly, people. I've got a granddaughter watching. Thanks. Appreciate it. The purpose created a whole new case for himself. Yeah, the file's getting thick now as this goes on. And any fines that might be levied against him are probably rapidly passing the point where he would be able to pay them. Even if he did own a home in this part of California, which is expensive to own a home in. The number of personnel, the number of vehicles, the sheer expense that is being racked up here by the minute is quite cost prohibitive. He wants to go to Club Fed. Well, he's arranging that right here. I'm hopeful that this goes down peacefully, that they're able to either take him into custody without firing any shots, or that he surrenders. I'd like to see that. Medics on scene there, sort of protected behind that the parking garage. See the EMTs, the ambulances. There we've got, I'm not sure why they've got the three colored tarps laid on the ground, red, yellow, and green, almost like a triage situation. So staging for possible injuries. Corey Hill, member for 29 months, almost 30, says I'm turning 30 in July, and that will mean 30 months of subbing. Corey, thank you very much. OG. Appreciate your support. How long will you stay live on this situation tonight? Let's follow as long as we have information that helps. Speaking of which, let's listen to the scanner a little bit and see what we have going on there. I haven't seen a major shift in activity on the scene, so I'm guessing that the SWAT team's not going to take any action until the team down below goes in. You usually don't want your SWAT team that's just getting to the end of their shift. You don't want the guys who've put in 4 hours in the sun and are tired or exhausted and are ready to be spelled, need to use the restroom or whatever else. You don't want them to be the guys that move in and do it. So oftentimes it's when a new crew comes in, they've been able to talk it over, they've been able to observe, they've got the latest information from people on the front line. They can rotate those teams out and then give them a little minute to get acclimated and positioned, and then they'd move. So that's typical from what I've seen. Allie B, thank you very much for the super chat. So triage for mass casualty. Yeah, that would indicate that they definitely are thinking that this could be a real thing. Red is immediate attention. Yellow means cab, wait for a few, and green means wait longer, walk home. Walk it off, you're fine. It's 95 degrees. Sure, the sun going down will give a nice relief. Already you've got shadow in the staging area, which is helpful. There's a black tarp on the other side behind the ambulance. Black would be the echoes. That's the ones who didn't survive. Hopefully that tarp is not utilized today. Interesting and educational, if that makes sense. Thank you for streaming this. Jamie, I hope this ends quickly. This is obviously it's towards the end of the workday in Bakersfield, but I can't imagine just the number of lives this disrupted. Not just the people who are trying to. That's a. That's the most laid back call. Just the word investigate. I forgot what I was saying. If it's important to remind me. I hope it does end quickly. It disrupted a lot of people's lives. The businesses, everything else, the voting that's been happening in this area that was supposed to continue for a couple more hours tonight as people were voting on, various things that might be important to them and their community. All that got disrupted and turned on ends. Money lost, people who can't go to the bank, who can't cash out the tills, who can't, finish their work day the way they normally would, or even commute the way they normally would. I don't think this is disrupting a lot of people going home. For me, looking at the map, it doesn't look like this is, near much of a residential area, but there could be some apartments that are affected.
Wearing a white shirt, gray and black shorts. She's walking northbound, being followed by Hispanic male in gray shirt, blue jeans.
They're just prepping for mass casualties. Jennifer, I once got to volunteer as a mass casualty in a mock disaster, which was a lot of fun.
Has been brought 1087 to the suspect with case information.
Whoa. That's this. Somebody brought something to the suspect with case information. He's been asking for case information. When I volunteered as a mass casualty victim, the triage team from Hill Air Force Base came down and did Hollywood level makeup on us. So for me, they put burns on my face and on my arms, and they made these. I mean, it looked like my arms looked blistered. Like I looked at them and it looked painful. Like it looks so real that it hurts. It was that. And they put me in an old car and they took the windshield and they broke it over me. So I was covered in glass. And then the hood of the car where the engine was a metal pan. And they poured diesel fuel in there and they lit it on fire and told me my back was broken and they had to wait for rescuers. And so it was hot. I mean, I wasn't getting burned, but it was hot and covered in glass and sitting there in the car. And they pulled me out and I literally went into shock. I was convulsing. I just in the moment, it was pretty cool. They got some neat experience, and I got a story to tell. That happened a long time ago. I was actually working off unsatisfactory citizenship grade in high school to do that. So apparently, when you miss enough classes without excuses, you have to go be a victim in a mock disaster for your local CERT team. The daisy chain information we have on a recorded police scanner. This is something the suspects claimed has not been verified. That's a fire team responding to a possible house fire, but they're checking it out. That's not related to this. Yes, I got made up like I was injured. What was brought to the person? The call we heard was that somebody, she said, what, 1087? Let me check 1087 code in California. Let's see. 1087 is met the officer. So somebody brought case information to an officer there on the scene.
Control Alert 6, can you show me en route to 209 South Goss Street for a 905 complaint?
That case information has to do with the case that the suspect is very unhappy about, that made allegations about things he did that he claims he did not do, and they're very serious. We're not going to get into it. Are the codes universal? Mostly, but they do change a little bit. It depends on the area. The 10 codes are sort of universal with a few variants across the nation. You know, your 10-4 is going to be the same everywhere. It's like, oh yeah, it's 10-4. That's okay. That's a yes. That's affirmative. You know, give me a 1021. That's going to be a phone call. What's your 20 or 1020? That's what's your location. Those ones stay the same, but some of the other ones, when you get up in the 80s and the 90s, might be different depending on different agencies.
Apartment number?
1079. Bad.
291 Highland Way. RP heard about 50 shots and also saw a muzzle flash. The second house, a dark-skinned colored male. 40 youths holding a rifle at 2901 Highland Way.
See some lights in there now. Give us an idea of what we might possibly see once the sun goes down. That 50 shots in the muzzle flash, that's not this incident. That's another one. Another call that's happening in Kern County right now.
There'll be a call for shots fired at 2901 Highland Way in Woodback for a dark-complected male, 40, is holding a rifle. RP also saw muzzle flashes.
That's a pretty serious call. I have to send more than one unit there.
However, you're extremely connected to person
10-1, extremely static. They can't copy. Okay, it looks like the SWAT team might be moving into their vehicle.
My radio is 10-1. It's available. Can you start town?
West M2 from Franklin, Tahoe 4 and Tahoe David 1 are all in route.
10-4. I'll be around.
10-4.
Right, as the sun goes down, the view is going to change dramatically. A lot of these cameras may not get the view they want. This one, the staging area will probably be lit.
8400 Eagles Landing Drive. It's third-hand information to the RP from a friend that a subject here. Joel, Mississippi, you have traffic? Affirmative. Can you 1198 with 1 Paul 4 plane route to 102 Plymouth, check the welfare of a 13-year-old sending suicidal text messages.
Man.
102 Plymouth Avenue.
That's hard. A lot of people need prayers tonight.
West 51 all speed route.
West 51, confirm.
Rio Bravo, north and south side of the roadway, be 10-8.
All right. Just the sheer breadth of calls that an officer might face in a single shift is crazy. If you're not familiar with police officers and how they work and what a single day can be like for them as they go from, helping someone and, doing an extra patrol somewhere where everyone's like, thank you, appreciate you, to a scene where, you're being spit on and yelled at, and then, having to give somebody bad news after you responded to a car crash. It's just a lot of respect for law officers, law enforcement, and what they go through. It's always, it's just another Tuesday in Bakersfield. Yeah, nonstop. Yeah, these windows might give us a peek into what's actually happening inside. If there's some motion, that's going to be quite interesting.
California 7, call Victor 434. Shows an open line static only on callback static or possible phone open unit 20901 Highway 46.
I'm watching those windows. The sun's streaming in. We can see a little bit into those offices. Fago Go. Yeah, quick update. This building up here you see on the right, put that up full screen. This building, the Chase building in downtown Bakersfield, California, there's a suspect in there with what he claims to be is an explosive device attached to his chest. He has people with him, hostages that are in there. He's let one go for sure, possibly two, but we know there are others still there. He's upset. He says the bomb has the power to kill everything in about a 15 to 20 foot radius around him. Negotiators are there working with him right now. We believe this is related to some charges that may be tied to a custody issue, or a custody issue that may be tied to some charges, depending on how things go. And we're not getting into that at all, but he's upset. He said this was 8 years in the making. He was planning this for 8 years, which could indicate that he might have served some time for some charges and been upset for 8 years, but now he's out. It just doesn't seem like this plan was meticulously assembled for 8 years, and now he's carrying it out. It seems more impulsive than that, and I honestly would doubt that he has the explosives that he claims he has, but the police have to act as if he does in case he does, especially if he was prior military. He did have some training. That's very likely that then it is real. Yes, Mike there, the poor reporter, is cooking. That's a cool little stack. A little. That shield is pretty cool. Check that out. It's not a stretcher or a body bag. That's a ballistic shield on a dolly. And he's struggling to move it. Must weigh a ton. Potholes, more likely. I think it's a case for a cello. That's basically like a riot shield, a heavy-duty riot shield. When a SWAT team. This is,
she no longer has a visual and no longer sees them shooting.
That's the 50 shots one. That's not this call. That's a different one. That was the dark-skinned male with the gun where they saw the muzzle flashes. Different call. All right. I'm going to mute the police stream for a little minute. Let me explain what that shield was. The riot shield is used to block objects that are thrown at police when they're doing like a crowd control situation. When a SWAT team moves in to position, they move into what they call as a stack. And a stack is a row of these officers, all with specialized equipment and tactics. That's why they call them SWAT, special weapons and tactics, and in a row. And they move behind the front guy, who is the shield guy. He carries the shield. It's a block to deflect any bullets that are shot their way. And typically those shields are more substantial than a riot shield, and could possibly stop a rifle round, a high-powered rifle round, instead of just handguns. That a lesser shield might be able to stop. So they all move in behind that stack very quickly into position, and then once they're there, the stack, the shield moves out of the way, and everyone moves in. So that could indicate that they're about ready to do something or get set up there. I was listening to the news
from this building. We do know there are multiple hostages inside that building, but the update we did get from Eric Celadon, a sergeant with Bakersfield Police, right before our 5 o'clock live hit, was that negotiators with the FBI and others were able to successfully negotiate to get one of those people out. Again, that most recent update was at 5 o'clock, where we did hear that the people inside that building thankfully had not been harmed. But what I do want to give you an information about, it's kind of tough to see from here because the scene is so large here, but there are a ton of agencies out here at this point. I've seen Bakersfield police officers, their SWAT team units. I've seen Homeland Security investigators. We believe the FBI is here. I've seen ATF agents. This is a massive law enforcement response to this. And again, the situation seems to be, right now, at least things seem calm here on the outside. Obviously, we have no way of knowing what things are like here on the inside. But again, at least negotiators seem like as of the 5 o'clock hour, they were able to make some progress. One thing that has changed between now and 5 o'clock is that they have actually pushed media a block further. We were able, so like I said, we're here at 18th and Chester. A block up that way, kind of over by the Well Comedy Club, was where they were staging media initially. They've now pushed that back a block further over by Rooster's Honky Tonk. So unclear as to why that was the case. Probably just trying to create a larger gap in case something were to happen here. But again, obviously a very developing situation. Law enforcement is on scene. A massive response here, again, for a man with a belief who claims that he has an explosive device strapped to his chest with multiple hostages inside. We're going to continue to try and get updates on this one. I've been talking to some people in the area who work in some of these locations. They didn't want to go on camera, but they were telling me that it just seems like everything was normal. And then all of a sudden there was multiple law enforcement vehicles here and took over the area. So there's a lot of interest in this case. We're seeing online, locally, as well as nationally. We're going to be trying to get those updates for you from the next time we talk to you, but you can head on over to our website, bakersfieldnow.com, for the latest. But reporting live out here in Bakersfield, Michael Patterson, Eyewitness News. Rochelle, we're going to toss things back over to you.
Mike, great hit. Appreciate it. All right. Where do I learn some of this? I got to work with the police a little bit. I did communications for a lot of police events, fires, evacuations, drills, you name it, because I was doing ham radio for that. So I got access to a lot of really cool stuff and made friends with the sheriff in my county. Ended up doing some filming for him. Volunteered to be on a Citizens Police Academy where we did 11 weeks of training in like law enforcement type training, everything from tasers and mace and batons, driving, felony stops, shooting machine guns, grenade launchers. I got to do a lot of things. A part of that as well, I got to be once again, I volunteered to be a hostage in a hostage scenario where there was a setting where a couple hostage takers had captured a number of us in this building, and the SWAT team was on the outside trying to recover us safely. I was instructed to run. That was my job. I was supposed to run from the building, and the SWAT team on the outside did not know that I would be running. So they did not have that information, but everyone's using airsoft. So if something does go wrong, it's the worst that can happen is you get, we had safety glasses on. The worst that can happen, you get a welt. And so I ran from the building, and I made it probably about 3 steps before I was body slammed and tackled to the ground, because the officers on the outside don't know if it was for me or somebody else. But it was interesting. That scenario actually ended poorly, and the SWAT team failed because someone shot when they were not supposed to. they didn't have authority to shoot, and they did, and my fellow captives got executed. So I was the only one that escaped. What happened to you in Iran? Lucky for me, I did not know they had a police dog out there. I'm glad the officer that was holding the police dog restrained the dog, because I was not wearing the proper gear for being a chew toy for a police dog. That would have been not fun at all. But that's encouraging. Well, at least they learned in that scenario instead of another. All right. Let's see what we have here as it's getting dark here, or darker as the sun's about to set. We're sort of approaching the golden hour. Still people moving around, doing what they do, but no real hustle and bustle, no urgent activity on anyone's part just yet. Just trying to check everything that's happening on this scene. Give it another hour and that building might be lit up completely differently, maybe from the inside. That's why they practice. Yes. Find the weak points. You are the weak link. Seems risky for practice. A body slam? It was on grass, but it knocked the wind out of me. I signed a waiver, so they were okay. I also have been handcuffed probably faster than I've ever seen happen before. It was a felony stop handcuff tied into a compliance type jiu-jitsu move that went from me looking at a guy in front of me to me being face down on a mat about as fast as I could blink, hearing the click, click, click on my wrists. Well, my pinky was screaming in pain. Have you ever said no to an experience that's seriously inspiring? Yes, I declined being tased. I did not want to be tased. But I did take the opportunity to swing on an officer in a red man suit with a baton. I thought, when are you going to get the chance to do that again? So learning how to strike someone with a baton was interesting. Where the SWAT officers go, the truck is still there. If we look here in the main picture, you can see the hatch, the sunrise through the tree, the sunset through the trees is just illuminating the top of the hatch, that little round garbage can lid type shape thing. So the truck's still there. I think the FBI personnel has just sort of moved down next to that truck. They might be getting set to make a shift change. So we'll watch that. Sarah says, Aria is 6 months older than me, and so many more stories. I've led a boring life. Boring lives are cool. Boring lives are cool. I've had some fun, but some scary things too. Aria doesn't have to do bad things. He signs up to find out what it's like. He's willing. Hope no one needs their car in the parking garage. Yeah. Uber home and Uber back in the morning. Hopefully this will be done by then. You can get your car back, because all the parking spots in this couple block radius are taken up by police vehicles. And if they're not taken up, you can't move because it's a cordoned off area. My app still says that it's 90 degrees Fahrenheit, and yeah, shift change happens. I think we might see some action shortly after shift change, maybe within an hour or so after it. Came here late. What's the story? Andrew, thanks for being here. We are watching right now in Bakersfield, California, where a hostage scenario is playing out with an individual who claims to have an explosive device attached to his body. And a number of hostages, at least one, up to maybe 7, still in the top level of that Chase Bank building where the school offices, the county school offices, are housed. No one has been harmed that we've heard. We're going to turn on the police scanner and listen again, see if anything else is coming through. But this has gone on over 5 hours. A lot of these calls we're hearing on the scanner are happening elsewhere in the county. I'll let you know when it's talking about this particular incident. Goat Mike P, did you yell, "Don't tase me, bro"? Okay, the light's illuminating the building. Is there somebody in there? Are you seeing? Did you see that? On the right hand side, on the bottom, on the bottom floor. No, it doesn't look like a person. It's just a shadow. It looked like the head and a shirt, but no, it's just a shadow. You can see desk and.
Morning drive across from Now Street. Loss of a scooter has been since recovered. The suspect's a white male 40s with a blonde mustache, gold teeth, white shirt, and a black Nike shorts.
Did they say gold teeth?
Additional transits in the Dollar General parking lot, 1811 Morning Drive.
Dollar General parking lot with gold teeth. Gotta love it. All these cars in that parking garage are not going anywhere.
Ambulance started to our call.
Basically in possession of a black backpack and wearing a red backpack.
2 backpacks. That's suspicious. Not this call though. It did look like a guy standing there, but when you zoomed in, it was just office stuff that made it look that way. Our understanding is that the 3rd floor is where they're housed right now. The suspect with the potential hostages. One of the things that the emergency team here on site would be doing would be talking to management at that building and trying to find out exactly who should have been in the building and who got out, and accounting for all the people, basically doing an attendance type check to verify that the people who they think got out did get out, so they can know exactly who's still in there. That could be very important if there's a personal vendetta against certain people.
Stranded motorist blocked in number 2 lane and partial number 1 lane of eastbound.
You took it willingly. Good. You're a braver man than me. I was afraid I would lose control of little more than just my muscles if I got tased. And I wasn't wearing Depends, so I just didn't want to risk it. Rite of passage.
This will be a possible location of a 211 from earlier today. Copies.
Everyone up? Okay, we can handle and cancel balance. But down for complete.
Copy 47 can handle engine 5, truck 7, battalion 4 complete 1943.
I haven't been directly pepper sprayed. I've only had residual. That was enough. It's strong stuff.
Available 1021, 10-1 with static.
We're watching the bottom right-hand corner to see if any air traffic gets launched. This is the live flight radar map. We can zoom out here. This is the area there in Bakersfield. Now, there's nothing.
No juvenile by that name lives here.
There's just
any further information?
nothing overhead.
Negative.
Cancel out of place.
Before I'm cut 6 on the second half, we're cut to Metro for 204 Adam on morning. Kern 11 and 2, 602 is Drive. Looking for squatters are 1097. RP male in the back of approximately 5 roads, either black or a Hispanic male with a tattoo on his neck and black and red clothing. 2108 commercial.
Trying to see where the actual bank is. Court's right here. There's Chester. Here's 17th and Chester. 18th and Chester. It's right around here. All right, zooming in, looking at the windows again, trying to see if there's any motion inside.
Per the RP, a suspect was wearing the red backpack and holding the black backpack.
Copy. 244, did you stop the subject with the red backpack on the bike? Louis 12, can you go to West Tech?
Ellie Bugs, thanks for the kind words. You are an OG, 29 months.
Hey, can you see if there's a crime scene there? We were UTL on Panama, and he suffered a severe head injury, so possibly a lot of blood. He lives in the back house where this 415 you guys are out here is happening. 10-4 will do. I'll call you on the phone. We're done. 9958134. Copy that.
For missing juvenile at 10304 Golden Square Avenue in this house. Male, 12 years old, last seen wearing a blue shirt and light blue jeans. Last seen around 1600 hours near Cooper Lake Avenue. 38 Metro, San Jose, clear for 38 Metro.
Just looking for additional feeds if there's anything else in the area that gives us a better angle than what we have. The news is pretty much done for the night. So news is leaving.
Central 1. 2 Central 1.
This is pretty much all that's remaining here.
Before negative on the subject.
Keep up for Denver.
I don't think they're going to do a live shot for the 10 p.m. news, just because they, it's so hard to get a live shot. It's going to be dark, for one thing.
David Ford, David, same team.
Fight and Potter for 275 at 225 and a half Plymouth Avenue, across the Roberts Lane. Second if is Juan Martinez. His segment white muscle shirt, black shorts under the influence of meth is parked outside the residence in a gray Yukon, 225 and a half Plymouth.
A muscle shirt? Who wears muscle shirts? That's not this call either. So
short, and he has a goatee.
Yes, Bakersfield, man. That guy does.
Occupying a black Toyota Camry, advising her brother Benjamin Miranda, 242 in the vehicle. The second half will be wearing a blue shirt, blue shorts, fled the scene occupying a black SUV last seen southbound at Red Rock Ransford and Highway 14.
Pantufle, thank you very much. Appreciate your generosity.
The 2020 Dodge out of Moscow.
The bomb truck's looking more and more like a
Back out to my location for an additional firework that didn't go off.
firework dud they're sending the fire department out for. It's looking like a taco truck, and the line is growing.
Okay, we'll go hang out at the sub then, and then you let us know what you got, and if we need to go over.
Thomas, thank you very much. 39 months. Thomas is my good friend and podcast partner. We do a podcast every Thursday on this channel. Lighthearted podcast that generally talks about food. Thomas, hope your trip's going great. Thomas, you are an OG. All right.
Truck 65 completed. Sign on Kern 1. Copy, truck 65 complete. Back on 1.
If I could do a shameless plug here. Thomas, my podcast partner, his brother is doing a channel where he's posting very different sort of relaxation music, like a wooden sailboat in a storm, hours long, wooden carriage in a forest on a forest ride, just very soothing, but also dark sort of background audio. I put a link in chat if you guys are interested. He'd love a follow there. He's just starting out. If you like it, give it a listen. Send him some positive vibes. I listened to a couple of them. I'm like, this is I listen to court during the day. We follow police traffic and everything. This is my type of restful music. So big shout out there. Loitering at the Dollar Tree, that's a serious one. That's another felony. It looks like the SWAT team's all sort of drinking their juice. They're getting hydrated right now, so they're having a hydration break, possibly before they move out. I'd take the link, please. I'll put it in chat one more time. It is right here. You have to click on it in the chat window. Hydration break. Did I say hydration drink? Usually hydration and drinks go together. Which reminds me, I'm down to my last, not a sponsor, Deer Park Water. Okay, the sun is just about down. We've just got a little bit of light on the walls.
Audible alarm at United Way, 4101 East, and the activation is the northeast motion detector in the break room.
Uh-oh, someone's stealing somebody's lunch.
4 copy from 1019 West.
Okay, look at the building again. We're starting to see a little more activity.
I'll try to advise him. Cora 7, control 1. Today,
Been repping the water for years. What's so special about it? It's just the only one I like the flavor of. It's sold locally. I mean, it's the same stuff that you find. I mean, it's like Poland Spring. Poland Spring up north around Boston and stuff. I think it's called Arrowhead out west, but it's just good cheap water. I can't afford the expensive Fiji stuff, but yeah, I don't think they're going to cut his power. I think they're going to continue negotiating as long as they feel that it's progressing in a good direction. But that negotiation might happen simultaneously with the SWAT team planning a maneuver. So the negotiations act as a decoy or a cover for a SWAT team maneuver. Fiji is my go-to gas station grab. Oh man, you are a wealthy individual. It's good water. I prefer liquid death, myself. That's some good stuff. It's 5 away from 100. That's awesome. SWAT has night vision glasses. The suspect doesn't.
Henry, Ocean, David. 10-4. There will be our apartment 220.
Henry, Ocean, David. Should have been Hotel Oscar Delta if they went straight phonetics, but the name version was also popular. It's a lot of fibbies. It's a lot of fibbies in one place. Shout out to Dad's Gone Live for this feed. Many, many thanks. Little close up on the FBI team there. Couple nice white goatees, which I like. It's a good experience there.
Panama and Stein, via Blue, Nissan Sentra, 7 Paul George Charles 048.
Needs to be a little bit darker so we can get the reflection off those top windows.
Available. 32, control 2.
You did fire coverage? Oh, that is awesome. That's really cool.
2 for traffic.
For those that are just jumping in late and wondering why we're here, there is a bomb threat and a hostage situation all wrapped up into one incident.
32, can you respond with officers at 8400 Eagles Landing Drive?
Let me turn this one down here.
Control 1, Met 3210, with control 2. 32, Kimber.
I'm going to play the audio that happened a couple hours ago. Give me just 1 second.
Mike 324.
Mike 7, traffic.
Somehow I ended up at Instagram, and that's not where I want to be.
1 Eagle David Safety, code 61308, Oregon, Valley Access. Denver.
Before copy, thank you.
Copy, good for.
Let's see. Water's arriving. New water delivery. ATF police are there.
Can we affirm it on the runaway, however, it's going to be not at risk as priors.
Yeah, Bakersfield in the news. They're prepping to go in.
Copy affirmative on a runaway, however, not at risk due to priors.
They've been prepping to go in for quite a while. This has been going on for over 5 hours now. This is a bomb threat and a hostage situation wrapped into one. The individual who claims to have a bomb attached to his chest has hostages there. He's let one person out at least, and they are negotiating. FBI negotiators are there. The Bakersfield police negotiators are there. They're trying to work with him to let the rest of them go and obviously take him into custody. He has some issues he's upset about. They seem to be related to allegations or a charge or a conviction, one of the three. I'm not going to say which, that's related to very serious charges against him, essay in nature. And he has taken up hostages in that third floor, which is where the Kern County Superintendent of Schools offices are, and has a number of hostages up there. He's demanded that he wants the media to be present. He wants to make sure the media is here. And he said that at one point he said that there were bombs on each of the hostages and they were daisy chained together. So if one went, they all went. I doubt that highly. That's extremely sophisticated and very difficult to do with one person and a whole group of hostages. So I think that was a bluff, but the police are acting as if this is real. They have the triage stage. They have all the equipment there. And that's basically an update. Not much else. I'm going to pull an all-nighter, go straight into court stream in the morning. Oh, man. Straight down to Florida. It's 11 already. Time flies. This is nuts. This will put him back in the big house. Yeah, for a long time, for sure. Or possibly in a mental institution, which could also be at play here. I'd argue that anyone who does this is a little bit mentally unstable. But it's 4 a.m. What time are we calling it? Well, it's 4 a.m. your time. Your time. How many hostages? We've heard at one point there were 8. One for sure has been released. We heard at one point that there were 2 released, but that may have been duplicate reporting. So not sure. Here's another vehicle. This looks like another Bearcat moving into position. Hiding behind the trees, so it's hard to see. But that would be 2 Bearcats. There's the second one. That one's been there all along with that open hatch, the gunner position on top. That little black box on the garbage can lid is a port that a gun can be poked through. Looks like they're almost doing a briefing here. One person standing in the middle, everyone standing around listening to instructions. So this could be discussing some options and timelines. It is still light out in California, but it's golden hour. The light's going to be fading fast. I think it sets probably within half an hour, it should be getting dark. There's the triage area. You can see they've got black over behind the vehicle over there in back, but the white with a red stripe in the middle, and then a red, yellow, and green for the different injuries. Black is obviously fatalities. Red is the most severe. There's the black. They're set up to staff that should something happen and they have to start triaging injuries, as well as start funneling people to area hospitals. Indy Cindy, not a lot of updates. There's a little more action as more vehicles arrive. We've had a second Bearcat pull in, and then this vehicle, which looks to also be law enforcement. You can see that little solar patch on the roof. That's interesting. I wonder what they have in them. Very heavily tinted windows that would never fly for a civilian. And quite casual there. Something there screams ex-military. Full Quests, welcome. Good to have you here. We've got a lot of friends in Canada with us tonight. We're hoping this all ends peacefully and everybody gets to go home or to jail tonight. One of the two. I don't care which for the suspect, but I'd prefer jail. Just want everyone to be able to leave this one safely. Allie, you said the quiet part out loud. You can't do that. Elaine, 2 hours from Bakersfield. Lake Cake up there in Canada. I'm watching here. Let's see the building here. I keep watching and we're getting a better and better view inside the building as the lighting changes. Let's see if we can get the top floor. Not much visible there. A little red light. That's interesting. Oh, that's a reflection. Can see through a door and a window. That's the second floor. What about the top floor, though? Not seeing any movement. There's an office with the light on down there. That's probably going to be on the bank level. And here from this other angle, obviously we just got still a bright reflection off the windows. Bank's on the ground floor. They don't have any offices above. Yeah, light's going to start fading fast. This is going to change everything significantly. These emergency vehicles, I think they have, actually, I think you can see them on the back. Just below the red flashing lights on the bomb squad, I think those are extendable work lights that can go up in the air.
north of Lotus Lane. Second half is a Yulitza Sanchez, Hispanic, around 20s. Unknown clothing is still tying 7820 Casablanca Drive.
Interesting group of people being brought in towards the staging area. A lot of civilian clothing, but with escorts. So those white poles with the poles with the white rectangle on top, I think those are going to be work lights, so they could light this area up and illuminate it. That'll help the cameraman a lot, and people who are working in that area. They're not worried about being illuminated and showing themselves to the suspect because they are actually blocked as the streetlights just turned on. They're blocked from view from the Chase building where they're at right now. Let me see what Dad's showing here.
Yeah, it's still there. There's people walking. See, I could have sworn that was the. Is that his family? I could have sworn that was the car. No, not that.
Got a riot shield.
That's the people that have walked through here with that one guy. No, those are I don't know. They walked through here. Yeah, I don't know. They're related to they're I guess they're medical or something. Yeah, they have permission. Yeah. Yeah, they through here and went in there. I don't know.
It's a very casual entrance to a unit that may be a home or a residence that's related to this somehow.
Can you contact CHP? It appears that they were clearing the intersection. We are now at Haley and Bernard. No CHP or individual in the roadway.
I come to stand by.
Yeah, that's a quick turnaround on the search warrant. Imagine it helps to have a judge on standby. So, if it is the suspect's house, they're going to be looking for anything that might give them a clue as to something he might have with them. Obviously, if there's any explosive device or something there, that would be very problematic.
012, last seen northbound. Crystal clear.
Sand and fluid in the roadway, White Lane and Mayan in the westbound lanes. Crystal to clear.
There are cops everywhere. The sidewalks are covered. The parking garage is blocked off.
Control 3 is still requesting our units are advising it'll be our handle. They're currently 1097 with the victim.
That's a different call. Starting to see a little bit into the building here on this view on the top floor on the right. And you've got people walking right there next to the bottom of the building, not far from it. So obviously not really concerned about potential shots being fired from the building. There's been no indication that would happen. Yeah, this is north of LA, one county north.
Additional one will be 273 AC.
Confirm Adam Boy.
Affirm. What's Comanche Drive?
Say South Comanche.
Chris says, I've been in the building myself. First floor is the bank. Second and third get rented. Fourth floor is Chase Regional offices. Fourth floor? I thought third was the top. Well, I guess ground floor and then 3 above it. Fourth floor is half superintendent and half the company I work for.
Occurred at the Dollar Tree, 6465 Ming Avenue. We were originally holding a call for 10 to 15 juveniles inside the store for Ayden. We now have an open line with several juveniles heard yelling, and one was possibly pepper sprayed.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Is that what I'm hearing? Let's see, RD is moving a little bit here. Let's see what
It's copy 1032.
he's got here.
Order 1, copy 1032.
Looking to see if we see any movement in that building at all.
BP for one of the hostages. The other subjects are hiding on the west side of the building facing I Street.
That was this call.
It's heading in the area of 3608 Banyan or 3616 Banyan Court. Open line verbal between a male and a female at the 3600 block of Banyan.
They just played something over the air that I've been hesitant to say, but I tried to hint at that there's a possibility of people who are in the building who are not hostages, who are hiding. And it sounds like that was just confirmed by one of the hostages. I don't know.
Following the primary juvenile blackmail 14 wearing
That's a different.
with red tips.
This is the Dollar Tree one.
Black shirt, blue jeans. They're currently eastbound at 6301 Ming Avenue.
So it's possible some of the people who are listed as hostages may not be hostages, or it's possible there may be more people in the building than we thought.
DUI driver Kentucky and Baker White GMC pickup 80885 came to Lexington westbound.
We are listening to police scanner traffic, but we have to say, even though we hear it called out on the radio, it doesn't necessarily mean it's confirmed. It's the information that the dispatch thinks they've received, or they're trying to confirm, or some clues they might have garnered from a conversation. It doesn't mean it's confirmed information. So just use that. Don't post that as fact. But we did hear that according to one hostage, which you don't know how, if a hostage is able to talk to dispatch, or if a hostage who's been released has talked to, has been debriefed, that there were other people hiding in the building.
Louis 12. Copy, Louis 8 to back at 12100 Old River Road.
Braxton, welcome back.
Yeah, gray shirt, blue pants is HPD at 12100 Old River.
Most of the communications, all the tactical stuff is on probably encrypted channel that we're not listening to. We're just hearing dispatch on this channel. And so mostly other police calls, things that are unrelated to this, and a few things related to this case. But no tactical stuff at all. The scramble channels, or the encrypted channels is the official term, are becoming more popular because the federal government gives out grants for small police agencies and on larger police agencies to update their radio equipment. And some of the terms of those grants require them to update to encrypted channels. And so very rapidly, police stations are all going to encrypted channels. There are a few states that do allow news organizations to pay for their own radio, to apply and be granted a radio with a decryption key in it so they can listen to it. But there's an agreement that goes with it, and typically it doesn't allow them to stream the audio they hear. I wish that was more prevalent, that news media was allowed into that, because I think that's, the fifth estate. I think that's an area that we need oversight on. Okay, let's see. I've got a lot of things coming in, but I've got to. My phone is bringing in the audio from the scanner, and I'm running the audio on a delay too. When I delay the audio, that means if somebody is inside listening to us, the information they get is late. And it's intentional, so they wouldn't get a heads up before something happened. Calm down, girl. What was your question? Let me look and see if I can find it. Do we know how this transpired? What started this? We've got suspicions, but it hasn't been confirmed. There's the triage center with...
Trinidad Avenue, the RP is 15, first of the Kira, texting 911, they want to harm themselves.
Those are bathrooms, and I think they're bathrooms being brought in, and medic. Could be like a portable hospital. They look like bathrooms. So the question is, what started this? We're not getting into the details. We do have his name. We do have the case. He's been asking for his case file. There is a legal proceeding he's upset about. He wants to clear his name. How that transpired may have included school district involvement at some process. There we go.
Stand by for further.
EP copy. Ready to receive.
Okay.
Go ahead.
He's unconfirmed 1035 out of Arkansas on a CBC offense. 27th expired.
Can you advise if it's on PRCS?
Negative on PRCS, unconfirmed mandatory supervision. I can call probation to confirm it.
Don't worry. You don't have to. Thank you.
Affirmative.
So an additional hostage has been confirmed.
Last unit, Kern 1, repeat.
Complete 415, both terrorist level.
It's definitely not thinking clearly. The reason we're not hearing the complete conversation, and we're getting like mixed conversations all at once, is this is a trunked channel. So a lot of different agencies and channels are speaking on the same frequency group. Each one has their own identifier, but the scanner is not differentiating between.
Attention City units, be advised, the 417 occurred 20 ago at Tony's Pizza, 4750 Coffee Road. Suspect number 1, Hispanic male, white shirt, blue jeans, shorts, and a white female with white shirt and shorts, occupying a white Chevrolet pickup with disabled plates, brandish a firearm, and fled. Control 2 clear.
Sounds like a robbery. But everyone's on the same frequency, and lots of them are talking at the same time, but imagine like 20 different frequencies are all used at the same time, and channel 10 might have what we're listening to, and as soon as they stop talking, when they start again, or the response from the other person starts talking, it might be on channel 18. But before we get to the scanner to go from 10 up to 18, somebody on channel 15 talking about some police thing happening somewhere else starts talking. They're all in the same talk group. So unless you have a scanner that filters out by identification which group you want to hear, which channel you want to hear, you get all of it at once. So we're getting all of it at once. Just takes a smarter scanner, a little bit of programming to be able to filter this. These are alert tones, usually for fire or something similar.
Engine 89, medical aid 8661 Satinwood Avenue for stroke symptoms.
We'll turn this down as I have a medical call going out that's unrelated to this. Nocturne Atmospheres, this is the link I shared a little bit earlier. Comes in with a huge super chat. He's started a YouTube channel with some awesome, just ambient sound. And it's dark. I love the dark stuff. Some ambient sounds, listening stuff. So if you're the sort of person who has to sleep with just some noise, I do. I sleep with sound going on. This is great. I love it. So click the Nocturne Atmospheres link and give him a sub or listen if you're into that sort of thing. Says some good things his direction. That'd be awesome. But thank you for your generosity. That's super cool. Congratulations too. Trying to find an additional feed here for you guys to get different angles as it's getting darker.
For information, we have a call for a check the welfare 5660 Truxton Avenue for an Indian male, 70s, wearing a turban and all white clothing. I'll be around.
It's unrelated.
ID, you're 10-1. Eagle 51, code 4.
Mike 7 will be code 601, Oak Creek and Beaver Lane.
Keep looking inside these windows to see if I can see some movement. We have heard that there are additional people in there who are hiding, who have not been released. So there could be people in closets and under desks. Who are just praying and hiding and trying not to make any sound, don't know what's happening, waiting for law enforcement to sweep through and let them out. Let's see, little more activity going on at the staging area, but then we also have a different view looking down towards the staging area. You can see the open Bearcat hatch on top.
Black pants, refusing to go home. This will be a unknown subject's residence.
First one copy, roads up, I'll go in.
I talked to you one night during the manhunt. It was 2 miles away. That was crazy. Yeah, like they hid. Generally, you try to run, hide, or fight when there's like an active shooter type situation, which I imagine is similar to a hostage situation here. And there may be people who were not able to run who instead hid. We don't have any indication that there was any fighting that went on, which is a last resort, and it's I think a terrible option of all the options to choose. It does escalate everything. But we've heard that there are additional people in the building. At least one has been identified. Yeah, there's my favorite saying, get in a fight and run away, live to run another day. You don't have to be the hero in every situation. And if people aren't counting on you and you're by yourself, I'd run in a heartbeat. Now, if there were other people who were weaker and I should be, morally there to defend, that changes things. But the building's getting lit up almost like a jack-o'-lantern. You can see the inside here. If there's any movement or somebody goes by a doorway, we'll see it. Jack from North Cackalack. Thank you very much.
Control 154 1097 to 602 at Burger King.
Burger King. Looks like some briefings going on.
28, can you respond with officers for a suicidal subject, 6406 Trinidad Avenue?
Copy and route for Mary Kay Show.
Ruby Code 6 at 12256 Edison Highway.
Donnie, thanks for the overtime and hazard pay. I'm fortunate enough to not have any hazard connected to this, but we are putting a little bit of longer hours tonight. Kate, we don't know. Nothing's been confirmed other than we heard just recently that there is another hostage that's been identified, and that people, according to a hostage, there are people hiding in a side of the building.
6 Mary King, Charles, 584 on a position.
September last year to the name Mitsubishi for the release of liability, Bakersfield.
There's another ambulance. Oh yeah, now you can really just see right into the building. Look at this. Like a whole conference room. Probably a conference, a meeting was probably going on at the time that this happened. This is wild. Sandy, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships. Lynn, my concern with him getting a copy of the file is that he might be looking for the file to see if there's a certain person's name. If one of the hostages that he has taken, if they're like management or upper management or decision makers or people related to the incident, if they're in that. And then we might have a vengeance type issue. I'm hoping he doesn't have that information. They haven't provided that for him yet. It's very possible that he doesn't know who he's looking for. More ambulance staging. Now they're sort of positioning how they want things. Could be an indication that there might be some action tonight with the teams moving in with the everybody prepping for potential injuries should this go the wrong direction. Mama Rico, this is probably a troubled individual who had some legal problems that also became tied into a custody issue. At one point, a school was involved in some way, and so we now have the Kern County School office buildings or offices is the site where he is taken hostages. There's always a Kia. That's not this one. That's something else. I may be a little sleepy tomorrow. Might just snore through Judge Clark's the closing arguments. So it's not the bank. It is the bank. It's the Chase Bank building, but the bank is on the bottom level. And I appreciate you guys who are local, who are familiar with the building. Some of you even have familiarity with the inside and the company, and even some of the individuals who work here. But the bank's on the bottom level, and they rent out the upper levels. One of those tenants, or the tenant, if there's more than one right now, I think there's at least two that we've confirmed. Ooh, it just went dark. They just irised down. The tenant is the school district, who the suspect might have a grudge against.
Squad 42, go ahead. If all stations clear for them to enter. You see copies?
Handle, you can complete.
Agent 3 copy, complete.
Complete 2037. No door.
We from the Arvin area.
My gut tells me the bomb's not real, and I'm hoping my gut's right. I think this is a bluff. This is somebody who's frustrated, who made a rash decision. I think his purpose is to clear his name more than to, end things in a blaze of glory. And I say that because there have been no injuries so far. They're almost like he may even possibly have a respect for human life that would prevent him from even doing the thing he says he would do if there's a problem. I'm hoping that my feel on that is right. But either way, the police are going to act as if that is real, and it, unfortunately for him, may cost him his life. And we're hoping it doesn't hurt anyone else in the process. I can't publish the name. We're not doing that.
Looking at subject welfare, 1418 2nd Street, apartment 25. DRP sister Miranda, 23-year-old. DRP believes she's a danger to herself.
Units are covering code 4, information 15 with one.
Hey, fam, you get big safety one.
2 hours away, San Diego. You're a little bit north of this. This is south of you, just north of Los Angeles. So we're just north, the one county north of Los Angeles. I'm waiting for somebody to take the initiative and put the lights up on that bomb squad vehicle. Olga, thank you very much. Appreciate the support. This has been going since about 1 o'clock this afternoon in California, Pacific time. Just looking at this this bottom image. That crew looks like they're getting their instructions on what's going to happen. How you think they go about entrance? Shooting the suspects? I hope not. Obviously, we're hoping that nobody gets hurt in this. But it's probably going to be a flashbang. They have to do a noise. They have to do disorientation. If they're doing that, they've probably confirmed that he doesn't have some sort of dead man switch, like something in his hands that he's been keeping hold of, and if threatening that if I let go, then it blows up. As long as that's not there, there's a chance to either incapacitate him, use less than lethal or lethal force. But probably everyone's going to get the fright of their life when the SWAT team shows up, because they don't knock. They come through the windows, they come through the doors, and flashbangs and smoke and noise and light and all those things that can disorient you very, very quickly while they take control of the situation. So the SWAT team there on the back of that not Humvee, but the Bearcat, a couple of them all at the same time turned around and looked at the camera, and then they all moved out. So they just moved to a different location where their huddle would not be observed by the cameras. See no motion at all in the building, on any floor. It's possible that if the SWAT team does go through and clear the building, we would have the opportunity to see them make entrance to each of these exterior office buildings, office rooms, and clear those rooms, which would be something else. Watch them come through the door from the outside of the building. Robots are generally not fast. It's possible they could use a drone in some situations to deliver a flashbang or to enter an area if it was. But a drone's not going to be flying through a window typically. That's not their forte. We did see ladders get carried into the scene, so there may be some unconventional scaling of walls going on here.
Wood Road for a male with a fire in the center of a field.
The weather in California is not conducive to lighting fires in your field, so please don't do it. It's been hot. The flashbangs are very loud, like an M80 firecracker or a quarter stick of dynamite. You'll feel it and hear it, and your ears will be ringing.
The motor was checking the bike path eastbound from Mohawk. I checked it all the way, the bike path all the way to Coffee and the Mutual.
They can use flashbangs around hostages.
Ocean, Nora, Sam, Mary, Ida, Tom, Henry, first of Christopher, Carlson spelling, date of birth of 4.
Don't need date of birth or socials. The police officers, when you hear them say Sam, Mary, Ida, Henry, all that stuff, they're spelling something out. Typically, it's a name. They're spelling this like a suspect or a patient's name, and they do that for clarity, so that both the sender and the receiver are very clear as to who it is they're searching, because that name's going to be entered into a, like the computer system look for warrants or to check for pull for a driver's license or insurance.
Mohawk to Yoko's Park.
610-4.
Somebody has an ice pick. That's not this call.
Romeo, Black Mile, left of Gray, George, Robert, Adam, Yellow, first of Marvin, Mary, Adam, Robert, Victor, Ida, Nora. Subject in his late 30s, 40s.
I don't like the names for the phonetic alphabet. I like the original.
Lane in Golden Hill. Before a 6-month-old juvenile that fell off the bed and is not responding. Urgent RP advised that he's slightly responding and nose is bleeding at 21816 Chestnut.
It's not a good situation. Oh, man. This officer's trying to get under the tape. Funny thing about police tape, it takes 2 people to drive through it, unless you just break it.
Rose 4.
You last of Diaz, first of Abel, Adam Boy, Edward Lincoln, DOB 12694.
Everyone's huddled around the table there. I don't think there's food on it right now.
Medical aid 521 Petunia Street for difficulty breathing.
1021, the RP is asked for their 1020.
1021, the RP, and ask for their 1020. That's call the reporting party and ask for their location. That's what the 10 codes mean. Somebody lift the tape for him. Or put it down so he can drive over. It's a little easier.
Adam 3 RP.
A lot of people here.
The female unit that has traffic 10-9. Adam 211. Going Adam 211.
Be mad. Thank you very much.
Copy. Can you 10-9?
42 more likes to 2,000. Thank you all for the likes. It's free. It definitely does help the channel. 10-9 is repeat.
Rancho Drive for traumatic injury. Inbox from Moscow. Traffic. Baby is breathing and conscious and alert. The female unit that had traffic 10-9, I did not copy. Any female unit for correction, any female unit with traffic for control 1, go ahead with your traffic 10-9.
Dispatch heard someone female trying to come through and ask something. What's that? Somebody requesting info?
97 on tag 167, I'll advise.
Engine 3, code to medical aid 3401, Alicia Drive, difficulty breathing, ambulance from Taft.
She's waiting for her uncle to pick her up. I did advise the unit might go down and meet with her.
These are not related to this call. Crab, thank you very much for 5 gifted memberships.
Can you 10-9 year traffic? I didn't copy.
Behind, behind me is the air traffic control live feed of what's happening in downtown Bakersfield, and there's nothing flying overhead. There could be drones, but there's no helicopters or planes. That's not related to this call.
Wilkinson Smith, first of Christopher, 418 of 69.
The good news, it's Bree, is that nobody's been injured in this. That there are no injuries so far, and we hope that's how it ends as well. Thank you for squaring up the tripod a little bit. I'm missing you celebrating. Thank you very much on 2K. That's awesome. Three hours ago, it's still not resolved. Not yet, but maybe in the next couple hours. Is the FBI standing nearby? They are. The FBI is actually, you can see them in this window right here. They're the camouflage.
Carrying a bag and asking juveniles if he could use their bathroom, possibly under the influence at 16193 Henry.
All right. All these guys in camouflage that are by the back of this, just next to that white vehicle and by the back of the bomb squad truck, those are all FBI. They're all SWAT team FBI. They've been milling about and speaking with each other, huddling around the table, talking about this. It looks like they're sort of completing whatever briefing they had going on. Now, there may be swapping the other two Bearcats that were a little bit closer.
Will also be diagnosed with schizophrenia, 207 Edward.
Squad 42, your ambulance is going to be from the Wasco area.
Thank you. I'll be switching back to Metro, the code 6.
Does looks like they're getting ready to do something. Just the challenge of clearing a building this size, and clearing it's not as easy just knowing where the suspect is and going in and taking him out. If there are potential explosives, the entire building has to be searched. I mean, first they're going to go through and look for people and threats. Then they're going to go through and look for potential IEDs or booby traps or other devices or hazards that were left there by the guy. I doubt this building is going to be open for business first thing tomorrow morning. Yeah, there are no updates. The police have not updated anything other than what we've heard on the scanner.
Still needed on your track. Affirmative. Met 22, control 2.
Gray suit's back.
Respond to station till code 4, 1418 2nd Street, apartment 25.
Is that a train moving through? Is this a train down there in the background? Does look like a train. Yep.
Control on Louis 12, I'm with the female in front of 901 car. They're covering Louis 12, I copy you with the female. Can you turn in the rest of your traffic? I'll be at 9801 par. 801 par. Other unit asking about an ETA for halt tonight. Mike David 3, unit ETA for all. 15 Roberts Lane, unit 14, for gas odor inside of the structure. Assignment on, Kern 4. Truck 1, structure fire response, station 64's area, 415 at 14, for gas odor inside of the structure.
I don't know who the gray suit guy is, but he's had that phone glued to his ear for most of the evening.
It's for 1035 information.
Go ahead.
He says hops on active probation for CBC, searchable for HNS, paraphernalia, weapons, and alcohol. 27 South.
Enough one.
5 Northwest.
Closer to that, we will handle for truck 7. You can cancel them. We'll continue.
Shout out to Joe Silva.
Break truck 7, you can complete.
Love it.
10-6 with the juvenile and Almondale Elementary.
10-4.
Shout out to Dad Gone Live and Artie on the scene. Doing the good work here on the scene. They're getting footage. Could be a SWAT commander. It's definitely got a nice suit on. I think he's somebody in charge.
Light Station 3 at 4509 Quarter Avenue. For chest pain, your ambulance is from Delano.
Control 1 has advising they're going to notify Air 1. They're currently 10-6 at the hangar.
I'll take cover. 77.
Okay. Air 1. We're going to watch to see if there's a flyover here because I'm not sure what Air 1 would be doing. That sounds like it's flying over this scene. Let's see. Let's zoom out here just a little bit.
1097. 10-4.
Drawing in for the code 111 crowded.
Your low volume with static. It's in the street name. I copied 1116.
And Harvey?
I'm unable to copy the street name.
1116 Croucher. Occupants are evacuated. Will be at Roberts, and at 64 will be Roberts IC. Will be investigated. Battalion 6, copy. Break ECC. Would truck 1 be on that reinforced in the city area? 6 stand by. If so, go ahead and complete them in response to that. Affirmative. Core 4, search your way. In your area. Circle, copy.
Dad's gone live, giving us another angle view of that that top floor.
I saw that, but we can handle 64. Time 6 copy. Break ECC cancel balance. 64 can handle. We'll switch to Kern 1.
It's midnight. Holy cow.
Handle all of the units complete 2101.
Josh, thanks for your generosity. Appreciate your support.
Targets are 1098, 1019. You can update the executive notification that SAR units have cleared UTL.
Unit 12, I copy that SAR unit for UTL.
It is officially Wednesday. I'm going to save you all the hump day yell. We do that first thing in the morning on Wednesdays, but we're going to save that till after I sleep. Pamela, 31 months makes you an OG and on the jury as well. Thanks for your support.
Rescue 2, can you travel east off Sumner? Affirmative.
ECC copies. This is still a single report.
Sort of interesting that these they haven't really lit up the staging area at all. It's rather dark. Looking at this bottom view, you can barely make out the silhouettes of people there. You can see in the top left-hand corner, we've got the bottom right behind me. You've got the triage center set up. They've got tarps on the ground for different color of injuries. For
ECC, engine 41, patient signed AMA is going to transport POV, cancel hall. 41's complete. Copy, patient POV, canceling hall, 2103.
patient signed AMA against medical advice. They said they're not getting treatment. That's what that call was about. That was also not related to this hostage situation. Got some movement up here. Sort of a team headed down that
Engine 1, truck 7, battalion 4, you can complete.
that road.
Phonetically, Sam, Henry, Ocean, Robert, Ocean, Frank, First phonetically, Sam, Robert, Ida, Henry, Adam, Robert, Ida. Ditworth 1, 19, 19.
And another team following up. These are the two SWAT teams.
Show me 10-6 at 2300 Q Street regarding the 904. 10-4. 601.
Roy, code 601. Launch request. It's going to be southbound 14, 3 miles south of the 178 for semi versus a vehicle 7 Kern 3.
The adrenaline and the stamina. I mean, they've been out there in the heat
We're occupying a black Chevrolet.
for the last several hours.
Can you run the second half for firearms or shit too?
Joanne.
Going to 10, Calico, Henry Jean. unlicensed white Acura. Honda stops Ridgemont and Calico. 10-4.
Eliza, they have not confirmed how many there are inside. We did hear on the scanner that according to one of the hostages, there are other people hiding in the building. And they confirmed confirmed one of the hostage identities. Lynn Britton, member for 30 months. Hate the situation. However, I've missed this type of stream. Your coverage is always the best. Thank you for the kind words, Lynn. I do love covering this type of event. Big shout out to Dad's Gone Live and Artie on the scene. As well as Eric for the police feed. Thanks, Eric, by the way. Casey Paralegal, welcome to the gallery. You're one of us now. You can never leave. But you're among friends. I love watching it, but I hate that it's happening.
Orange Street for difficulty breathing. You upgrade the ambulance to code 3. We have a 20-year-old patient, respiratory distress.
None of these calls are about this incident yet.
The correct unit might be 1A, Adam. There's an additional RP advising the male half is breaking items, and they're juveniles that are holding a long piece of wood attempting to defend their mother.
205 units around code.
10-4, copy code.
All 79 units, copy. 450. Copy. 4-5-minute ETA. 83, do you copy? It's up.
Transmitting.
Switching to night vision. This is next level.
14 years old, Hispanic male, he's 5'6" with pierced ears, made a threat over the phone to 422 social worker by means of a firearm. The social worker has no description of the subject. However, he stated he was at the park and armed.
Yeah, we got any closer we can get. Hang on,
10-4.
Trying to see if there's anybody in there or what that is we're looking at on that level of the building. Don't see any motion.
Let's also start a second ambulance if it hasn't already. Copy. Battalion AVCC back. Information only. Medic from Ridgecrest per hall. Ambulance will be from Walker Pass. Correction. Fire Celsius. PRF1.
Fire Celsius, 10-4. 3.
That looks like there might have been somebody in the bottom right hand, at the top right hand block, that top window.
Control Central 4, 1098, no report, and route to the 2 zone traffic.
2-4, 2-4.
John, come on, can you copy notes for an additional 1029?
Something looks like it could be that shape, but
Affirmative. Can you confirm the information on the first subject and UTL so far?
To be first of Jeremy, John, Edward, Robert, Edward, Mary, yellow, last of toe, Tom Ocean Williams, date of birth of
Don't need date of birth. Thank you.
I'm unable to locate with that information.
10-4, 10-20.
Might have been a false name. Miss Sedler, welcome to the gallery. I saw someone crouched down as well. The police are aware of people and where they're at. We heard that on the call already. The negotiator is probably maintaining pretty much constant contact, if possible, with this individual, trying to occupy their full attention and very slowly make it feel like they're gaining ground or building trust or achieving their objective. The negotiators are very, very good at what they do. Snow Leopard, prayers for everyone inside the building. Thank you. Thank you. Our thoughts as well. Can't they agree to pick this up tomorrow? You know,
27 solid, negative on 273A or any CPS fires.
Brilliant idea. This is new and different.
Do we have any patient status update? This time?
I'm not seeing any movement there. Looks like just things, not people.
Engine 13, traffic accident, South 8 Lake Henry Street, Hill Point Street, APD en route.
This started at 1 o'clock California time, so 8 hours ago. Monkey Girl watching from North Carolina. I'm also watching from North Carolina. We almost went live Monday with a manhunt in North Carolina, but they caught him right before I was about to leave to drive the 3.5 hours to get to the scene. We've been building up our mobile streaming rig. I'm now capable of bringing you.
First ambulance will be from second ambulance from Ridgecrest Regional.
I'm capable of bringing you 20 4K live streams, not on the same screen at the same time, but I could bring you 16 at the same time. And pan tilt zoom, remote control. We're looking at adding thermal and night vision capabilities as well, so we could monitor a lot like we're doing right here. In a variety of settings. So when the situation pops up that's right, that's close enough, we're gonna go ahead and do that. Little motion down there, down near the bottom of the building. I think that's one building away though.
Cancel all facing AMA. Copy, canceling all 2114.
One more patient that refused medical treatment. AMA. That's not related to this case.
Control 1, 144, 4 Item, be around to check the welfare. Can you start my unit?
I'm at 27, Control 1.
It's gotten a little bit quiet around the staging area. Looks like one or both of the SWAT teams have moved out.
27 Contra 1.
That's perfect. Alright, are you available to start with the 1 test? Hey, firm. It's going to be at 5200 Olive Tree Court, 5200 Olive Tree Court.
There's absolutely no movement there. It looked like somebody was hunched down, but there's no movement at all. It doesn't. Don't think that's what it is.
5 will be en route to 219 with 11014F, start emotion at 0.0.
Central 5.
Met 28 will be following.
10-4, 2116.
Battalion. Speaking with RP, you stated CHP is on scene. Can we get an update from CHP on amount of patients and if there's any pin-ins? We'll contact them.
It's possible that people could be evacuated from other floors if the law enforcement is comfortable with maneuvering around the suspect and the hostages. If they can do that without alerting him. That train is still crawling by in the background on that bottom right picture. Barely moving. Still nothing in the air above this. Though honestly, I don't know what they would need, what benefit an air unit aside from an angle inside the windows. Helicopter from the right angle could be able to see into the building a little better than they could from the ground. What's up, expert court watcher? What's your question? How late are we staying up today? I don't know. I was going to say till about 9, but then I looked over the clock and it's like 12:20.
It was a launch request from our CR-15. Would you like us to convert them to a standby request? Report of a 4-vehicle accident, possibly 3 patients. Assignment on fire 2.
Details, please. We don't have many more details than we had hours ago when we started. We have a individual who claims he has a bomb strapped to his chest. That is upset about something. We believe that he's upset about a legal incident involving him that possibly also involves the school district in some capacity, or involved in that case in some ways. We believe there may be either a conviction or some some sort of punishment, legal punishment that he was given that could have also included custody complications, and he wants to clear his name. So he's demanded that the media be present. He's demanded he gets a copy of his case file. He's asked he's said that he has a explosive device that has a kill radius of 15 to 20 feet. So if anyone comes close to him and he would detonate it, it could kill them. He also said at one point that the hostages were daisy chained together, and if one with explosives, and if one went off, they all go off. He's gone on to describe a little bit. He says that he's planned this for 8 years, and that might go hand in hand with the idea that he may have served some time related to that charge. So it's a scary situation. As far as the number of hostages, we've heard the number 8. Then we know that at least 1 was released. We heard also more recently that from a hostage, they've learned that the identity of another hostage, and they also have found out that there are people in the building that aren't hostages, that would like to exit the building as soon as possible. So that's where we're at, and we've got FBI on the scene. Every law enforcement agency you can think of is there, federal and state, local, and so a massive show of force and resources, including, as you see in the top left-hand corner, we've got down underneath my picture, we've got ambulances staged, and you used to be able to see when the sun was up on the ground around the ambulances, they have 4 tarps. They have a black tarp, they have a red tarp, they have a yellow tarp, and a green tarp. These are triage tarps. These are areas to set up for treating a mass casualty event should that occur. So they're just preparing for the possibility that this man actually does have an explosive and chooses to set it off, or it goes off for some reason. So they want to be able to care for people as quickly as possible if that's the case. Obviously, we hope that he's bluffing. I think he is. It just doesn't make sense that he would have that level of expertise and the ability to pull it off as one person with a 8 hostages. It just doesn't sound right. Let's see. Checking it again. Can't believe it's still going on. It is. This is crazy. Speaking of crazy, I do think that there may be an element of mental illness here. It takes a little bit of crazy to have this sort of idea and think this would be a good idea, especially if your goal is to clear your name. Probably the least effective way to do that is to commit a whole bunch of felonies all at once. But it's just one specific charge that he's upset with, and it's a pretty, or a series of charges he's upset with, and they're pretty bad. We're not going to go into those here, so I appreciate you guys keeping it out of chat. We're also not going to post his name until the police do that for us. Do we have plane checker up? We do. It's right behind me. Well, I disappeared, but it's right there. There's nothing overhead. We had one helicopter that circled for maybe an hour. Did probably 20 rotations around the area and then left and has not been back. So we've had no news helicopters or anything else up in this area. But they might have plenty of stuff to cover in their home area. Melissa, do stay safe. If this is near you, obviously, hope that everyone you know and love is safe, and then please offer a prayer for those that are still inside the building and those who have to go in the building to help get those people out. So appreciate that. Ben, I hear you. His goal is to get media attention. I think he has a goal to clear his name and to get more eyes on the issue, as if more people saw this, they'd see what was wrong about it. That's sort of the feel I got from what we heard on the police scanner and the communications we overheard. It's not the case. Obviously, from his perspective, he feels wronged. But generally, when you're convicted in a court and a jury of 12 people unanimously find you guilty, another 12 people probably won't change that, or another 12,000 probably won't change that. So he could be very mistaken about that situation. He's now created a new case file. It's a big one. It's a big one. Yeah, these are felonies. This is something that that they don't give you a pass for. Couldn't the released hostage give them info and accuracy on them? Yes, 100%. When a hostage comes out, they don't just let him go and say, good, you're free, go home, get some rest. Sorry that happened. They get debriefed. They get pulled in and grilled and asked questions and have to describe the whole situation and maybe even kept there in case other questions come up that they haven't asked, so they can ask them additional questions because they have inside knowledge that nobody else has. They know what the look in his eyes were. They know, if the device on his chest looked like it was made out of shoeboxes and tinfoil, or if it looked like it was made out of metal pipes and electrical cable. Those details matter. And so they're going to be getting all that information they possibly can about everyone who's up there, about the situation, about who's there, about what he's said, what the threats were, if there's anyone who has good rapport, if he's, if something calmed him down when he saw something, or when he talked about a certain thing, if that calmed him down, or if something riled him up when he talked about something else. They're going to get every bit they can. That'll be fed back to the negotiators. That'll be fed back to the instant commanders, so they understand what's going on. And of course, the teams that have to go in and make a decision when to put an end to this, and put to put him in custody. They'll use all that information to decide what to do next. MK Ultra is real and still going on. I don't know what that means. I honestly don't know what it means, but it sounds like it's real and still going on. When did this start? About 1 o'clock Pacific time. Can't imagine how scared everyone is. 9 hours of torture. It's the one good thing we have here is this began without any injury. That I think is rare. Oh, looks like a team's back for some debriefing. One of those lights has been turned on. I told you those lights on top of those white poles were big floodlights. They've lit up one of them. Those can go elevated up in the air and tilt at different angles and rotate around to light up anything they need to in the area. This began without any injuries, and to this point, they have not had any injuries. And I think that is rare. That might indicate that he is not, he's not trying to show that he's reckless and he's ready to do anything. I think he might not be willing to do the very thing he's threatening to do, which would be good. They're eating pizza. Domino's came by and everyone's getting pizza. Let's see. Yep. Got to fuel the body, fuel the mind. So if you haven't noticed, the people who are just next to the bright light eating pizza in this box right here are the same people who are in this box in the middle right there. It's just a different angle, and the light is not visible in this current picture. It's the same thing from a different angle. You can see that there. That's the staging area of the bomb squad. But the tactical teams that were hovering around those two Bearcats appear to be gone. All the guys in the green with the FBI on the back, the FBI patch on the back and the helmets on, they all appear to be somewhere closer to the scene, closer to the building. Going to turn on the scanner again, see if we get any more updates. Bakersfield PD on Twitter confirmed the release of a second hostage as of 20 minutes ago.
We're just arriving on scene of our location, but we just flyers off at the north. It's gonna be a same call. We're gonna utilize. Copy. Would you like us to go back to get the patrol? Copy. 61, 66. Would you like us to go back and get the patrol, or is the engine? Probably get it with you, Ayden.
Let's see.
Fall forward. Record for.
Out and about with Di, member for 33 months. These are the EMTs and personnel who will be handling any triage event. In the top left-hand corner.
14 in progress, 801 East, number 11, the black female in the 30s, DRPs. One step.
Looks like everybody has been alerted as to what may possibly be needed here in the near future. Hugs all around. Steve N. Whoa, shocked to see you on this time. And I know it's actually morning, Steve, but we're still here. We're hoping that this actually gets resolved really quickly. Hearing now that two hostages have been released, that would confirm, or that would go in hand with the information we had, that the police learned additional information from a second hostage. Obviously, the info we're relaying to you via police scanner is delayed. That's intentional. We don't want to be the person that provides breaking information on a tactical maneuver that may be taking place on the scene. So our feed will not help the people inside, the person inside responsible for this to make any tactical decisions. It's amazing there can be that many people on the ground and everyone knows what to do. They all have jobs. They know what their job is, and yes, let's see. The incident command system is sort of awesome to see it play. It scales very well from a small incident like affecting just a little neighborhood up to a large incident affecting all of downtown Bakersfield, or something larger like an earthquake or natural disaster. That this program, the incident command system, helps manage all that without reinventing the wheel. Baby J, that feed's provided by Dad's Gone Live. He's done a couple zoom ins on that. I can tell you that I have not seen any movement. There's been no pixel has flinched, even though there was there have been a couple items in there that look sort of like a person, either hunched down or a silhouette of a person standing there looking out the window. We've looked at those closely and haven't been able to. I would say that we've confirmed that none of those are people. Those are just empty rooms and items. Are you frozen? No. I'm showing we're still live. It's taking a long time, but I think we're getting close to something happening. This is that same picture that there's not even a pixel of movement. It's not a pixel of movement. Nothing is flinched. Brian, it sounds like that. I appreciate you guys keeping speculation and even some confirmed information out of chat. One thing we don't need to do is list anyone's name. There we go. It's frozen from the waist down. It's working on my feed. I'm on the East Coast, Yield Fates. I'm in North Carolina, not far from the home of Mr. Beast, and this is obviously happening on the West Coast, so big time difference. I think we're going to have some action here soon. With it being after midnight, I think some officers are being sent home, wrapping it up for the night. The audio feed's also gone mysteriously quiet. Big shout out once again to Dad's Gone Live on YouTube, as well as RD on the scene, excuse me, our two top videos. Melissa Lichty, thank you very much for your generous super chat. Thank you. It's 9:30 p.m. in California. I think this will be over in the next hour, maybe. There's just a lot of people have sort of prepped and are ready for action. So I think they may have a good plan, or possibly the suspect is surrendering or something like that. So either way, even if he surrenders, I believe they'll have to go through and clear the building, which we might get to see from the outside as officers go through with firearms drawn. Checking under every table, every desk, every closet. And then they'll obviously have to bring in explosive sniffing dogs to search the building as well. If you're new here and you haven't hit the subscribe button, now's a great chance to do it. We appreciate all of you being here. I realize there are lots of places you could be on the internet, and this is one of them. But if you do like this and would like more of this, hit the subscribe button. We aim to be doing this a little bit more. Dad's Gone Live is the best. Follow him. Highly recommend. He's done a great job and obviously providing some night vision for us, which is that's concerning. Did you hear what I heard? That the suspect was demanding a priest on the open line. That's not good news. Priests are typically around to do last rites and similar. This could be really bad. That's the sort of information that that plays into incident commander's decision on how quickly to roll out or take action. How'd you like to be just your local parish priest, enjoying an evening at home in Bakersfield and get a call from the SWAT team saying, we need a favor. We need a favor. Is there a SWAT priest? Maybe there's like a chaplain or something. That's I think there might be a chaplain. A priest is a member of the clergy in the Catholic faith, and it's a common thing just before passing. Like if someone was ill and they were about to succumb to their illness, it'd be a common thing either for that person or for a family member to call a priest and ask for the last rites. It's basically a last opportunity to be absolved of guilt or sin or things like that. And we're not going to get into religious discussion here. It's not the best place for it. I'm religious, very proud of it, like that. Love it. It's a big part of my life. But I realize that religious discussion is difficult to have in a large group format and have it be meaningful. So just for informational purposes, that's the idea that the suspect is now asking for a priest could be sort of peeking into his mind, thinking it's near the end for him. And it also could put more weight behind the idea that any explosive he has is actually legitimate and real. And that's scary. It can be for confessing, but more for last rites. Yeah. Had a guy in cells who was climbing up the walls, yelling and screaming he needed to confess to a priest. We had a clergy room, so my sergeant threw on the robe and collar. The guy confessed and slept. Yeah, the on-call chaplain for the police department is that's a stressful position. Where I mean, it's difficult as a chaplain. Often in a military setting or in a police setting, it provides comfort and counsel. Sometimes in sort of like a generic religious way, and sometimes in a more specific way. Oftentimes, when there's trauma, when there's loss. They're almost like a therapist, but with a religious twist, with recognizing a higher power and purpose and things like that. So it's not an easy job in and of itself. They're often associated with calls where people get the worst news of their life, and they're involved there or on standby. So this coming on the dispatch that we heard on TAC, saying that the suspect in this case has now requested that they get a priest on the open line. That's bad news. But it may be the one good news out of that is we have an open line. There is a line of communication, a phone line that's open all the time to him. So communication has been set up, and it sounds like he's been willing to keep it open, which is a good sign. That's it's an insight. They'll take that audio and crank it up and have people with headphones like mine are much better, listening to every sound in the background, listening to muttered words and try to understand what's being said and what's being done, just to get more information. Open line is like think of a phone call that you never hang up. It's an open line that way. Last rites absolves you of all your sins. Let me see if I can make this full screen. Sharon Ken Sharp, thanks for always going the extra mile for great coverage. Sharon, thanks for being a jury level support for 38 months. Makes you an OG. Long time supporters. You guys are great. It could mean that he knows they're coming for him and doesn't expect to survive. Yeah, but the fact that he's asking for it, it's a peek into his mindset, right? It's the idea that he envisions this ending a certain way. And I'm praying that it's not with detonating any type of explosive or harming a hostage. The thing is that maybe you can't listen to the priest for legal confession reasons. Police can lie to you. The police are legally allowed to lie to you. And one of those lies they might be able to tell is that they're a priest. Well, we'll see what happens. There are opportunities with his request to also delay or stall a little bit. But the police wouldn't pass any of my family through to speak to my brother. Yeah, that's the thing. They often will not let people that know the suspect communicate with them unless they can control that communication and the messaging. Apple Snapple, thank you very much. Appreciate it, Ryan. It's almost 10 p.m. in California. Just looking at all these scenes, everyone is set up, is ready and staged. The teams have moved out from the staging area. Got a lot of officers who are leaving the area, just Bakersfield police officers, probably end of shift reasons. If they work again at 6 o'clock in the morning, they've got to get home and get something done, get some sleep in. I do also believe there are mental health issues at play here. This is a sad situation, and the thought process that one would have to conclude that this is, the best course of action is either desperation or crazy. Winter Circle, I just started working at Chase in LA. This is crazy. Oh my goodness. Were you at this branch or another branch of the building? Let's see what we can do here. Phone batteries surviving. That's good. There's talk about him possibly being in prison previously, and that the time he spent in prison may have festered. This issue may have festered. Surely we do know that information. We're not talking about it here. First of all, this content, our show here, we try to run as PG-13 a family station as we can when we talk about murder and true crime and everything else. And it's a pretty rough one. It involves SA. Still not seeing any motion in any of the windows. Amber sent me the case file, the documents, and it's a rough read. More people coming in, more people going out. FBI is in the camouflage with the helmets. We might have a let's see what's happening.
Oh, I can hear now. Yeah.
Is Mike back?
My phone's a little awkward, to be honest.
This is called a white balance. When the camera zooms in on the white shirt, camera resets the sensor so that the white actually shows up as white instead of yellow or blue or something else. This is the 10 o'clock news. This is
straight off the top. Cool.
Straight off the top means this is the top story for the news. So they're coming.
Do you want to come in from this side? Because that way I don't have to cross my body to hand this to you.
Looks like he's got an interview, on-scene interview.
Yeah, I mean, you could move in during the SOT for sure.
Saw the sound on tape.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think you'll be in there, shot. Oh, the bugs are starting to bite me. Please.
You gotta love the behind-the-scenes part for this. We don't have the number of hostages. That's not been confirmed yet, but we do know that some remain. The press has been moved pretty far away. They're way backed up. Getting a good focus. Got a good white balance. Frame the camera. His IFB's in. He's listening now for the intro. They're probably in commercial, going from commercial to the intro for the 10 o'clock news, where he's going to be right off the top. And the sound on tape they play is something that he's prepped, a video that's been edited and put together with him speaking or another anchor speaking with a video that was shot earlier in the day. And that's going to be played at some point. We won't see that, but after the sound on tape is played for the TV station on their end, he'll have an interview on camera. Most of the building is county superintendent of schools. My friend says her job is just to make sure the talking heads talk. Is she a technical director? That's awesome. I've done that. I just lost the feed there. Okay, it's back. Ooh, we got fireworks. Fireworks going off. Fred is a producer and technical director married to a cameraman. Those are great jobs.
I was like, those are fireworks. I thought the same thing. I was like, oh no, it's happening. mean, I hate to say it, but that is just so gross. So gross. Again, it's funny. There have been multiple moments today where, like, we all as news people, we hear something and our ears all perk up at the same time. And, like, that one woman was like, I was a hostage on the inside, and everyone's like, can I talk to you? It's the same thing. Question now is, I wonder if they're going to have enough that it lasts until 10.
All the news people are hating the idea that this firework thing is happening in the background, because they've got just a few minutes before there might be a tease before the evening news, and see how they do this. But you definitely don't want sounds that could be mistaken for gunshots going off when you say you're reporting live at a hostage situation. The fireworks can't help. It could put the people inside, if they hear them, on edge. Got a couple minutes.
Pretty much. That's what I was going to say. The fun thing about 10 is that who talks first, and I was like, I think we are literally the first shot of the show after it's not even a read into boxes. It's just straight into boxes. So same thing. I'm going to kind of talk a little bit, but then I am going to step out and we can kind of just look at what we've got, and then they'll go into VO. So once I say like at 1 p.m., that's when they're going to take VO, and then I'll step back in for the toss.
Okay, so he just talked to his cameraman to explain what was happening there. His cameraman has an earpiece, so the cameraman can hear the studio as well as the anchor. We're only going to watch what the camera sees. Dad's gone live showing us the footage from earlier. From inside the parking garage. Hope this kid remembers his mic is live. He does, but it's not on broadcast TV. It's just on the internet, which is arguably bigger. But this is normal. This is normal behind the scenes. It happens all the time.
$90 seconds.
You live here now. We do. We already got the 2-minute warning. We're down to 90 seconds. 1 minute out.
1 minute.
There we go. The cameraman sometimes will count them down, or someone in his ear will count him down, especially if he's right off the top. Satellite was crazy because you had such narrow windows, because literally you had a satellite you were beaming a signal to.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. This takes me back to my days at working with KSL and Fox 13. Just lost the feed.
Ten seconds. 10 seconds, but the open's about 40 seconds.
My computer is rebooting. That's awesome.
All right, we're in the show.
We go. They're rolling the open.
They're asking you to tilt up, please.
Need more headroom.
Keep going.
Turn that box off for a second while it reboots.
That's good. Thank you.
Apple's updating, which I had one of my feeds on. It's going to take a second.
Yeah, that's right, Rochelle. And for viewers at home watching that little intro package to the start of the show, you saw the plan of today was really supposed to be about Election Day. Election Tuesday was supposed to be the main focus. But this situation, this terrifying ordeal taking place here in downtown Bakersfield has dominated the day here. We are now in hour 9 of this situation, of this standoff here with a man inside this Chase Bank building, reportedly has a bomb attached to his body and has hostages. So let's take you now a little bit about what we're seeing at the scene here. So again, we are here just outside of Rooster's Honky Tonk here on 18th and I Streets. We're about 2 blocks away from where police are located, just up there. There are federal and local agencies here all responding to this. But we want to take you a little bit on the timeline of what has happened and what has taken place today. So around 1 p.m., Bakersfield police were alerted of a bomb threat at the Chase Bank building downtown. We have since learned that this is an active hostage situation. And BPD says the man is claiming that he has a bomb strapped to his body with several community members inside. Now, important to note, police have been unable to confirm that he actually does have a bomb strapped to his chest, but obviously they are taking this as seriously as they can out of precaution there. There's no word on how many people are still inside. We're going to touch on some good updates related to that here in a moment, but I want to introduce you to Tiffany Choate, the owner of nearby tattoo shop Naked Owls, just feet away from where I am right now. She believes her husband was at the bank earlier today and must have just missed running into the suspect.
Here's the sound on tape. We don't get that one. This is played in the studio. He can hear the interview in his ear, but we will not hear that. This is called a sound on tape or a SOT.
Now, like I mentioned, we have gotten some good updates tonight. We heard from Bakersfield police around 5 o'clock that FBI and local and crisis negotiators were able to negotiate with that suspect to release one of those hostages. And we did hear from Bakersfield police just about an hour ago at 9 o'clock that they were able to successfully get another hostage out of that situation. But we still believe there are more people inside. But that update we did get from police said that all of those people inside are still in good health, but obviously still a very frightening situation for everyone involved here. Now, earlier today, this was not the only location where police have been confronting a situation here at this point. There was also a major police response here in Oildale. And to talk a little bit more about that, I'm going to bring on reporter Jasmine Knox here to tell us a little bit more about that situation. Jasmine, take it away.
Yeah, thank you. Definitely, Michael. As we mentioned, a lot of police presence were in an Oildale neighborhood around a little after 5 p.m. is where we got that information. Now,
Sorry about that. We're cutting away from her right now to go over to this one. Let's see here. We're rapidly losing feeds. Not seeing any movement in there. Okay, we're getting our feeds back. Just 1 second. There we go. We're back. We're back. Got a stuck feed there at the top. Let me see if I can fix that one. 7. There we go. Sorry, it takes a little work. Some of my devices just decided to reboot, and they just killed it because they're over with their stream. Let's turn off one. Okay. All right. Still nothing really being heard on the scanner to speak of, but just waiting for any sort of news. All right. It looks like news is going home for the day. We're not seeing any action. Sorry, it's awfully quiet. I'm just trying to work. Silent police. This makes me nervous. Do you ever take any breaks? No. Any idea which floor? We've heard the second floor. For the second floor was the one that they said he was on. For those of you that watched just a minute ago, the newscast where they said they were set up by I Street, and you were listening earlier to the dispatch about I Street and the significance of what that I Street has on the building and location on the building. I'll just leave it at that. I Street has a great vantage point. No official identification, so we're not doing it either. How long do you think it takes to get a priest there? 20 minutes, maybe? I Street's about 2 streets over. Let's swap between 1 and 2. We're allowed to post the address to give people more context to the Chase building. All we're going to say, Sam, about that is that it's on about 18th and I think what was the other address? I think it was 18th and Chester. 18th and Chester, roughly. You can see the signs in a lot of the live feeds. You can see the road signs, 17th, 18th, Chester, roughly. That'll put them in the area. LEB from Tennessee, thanks for the gifted membership. No priest is going to go. No priest is going to walk into that building. The police will not allow that. Even the suspect didn't ask for that. The suspect asked for the priest on the open line, which would basically be back at the command center. Have the priest in there on the phone. So, news was at the intersection of Chester and 17th. Miss my window views. I can give you the window views. I just don't have anything to go in that last box. So we can do all the views. How would you like it? Let's do this one. That's where we were. They could get the fire department chaplain. That's a great idea, Lady Tammy. Speaking of, this is looking back at that bomb squad vehicle and that table where things are being set out on the table, possibly drinks and refreshments and whatever the officers need to continue the shift without leaving. Do we know how many hostages there are left? Only that there are some left. Then they cut off the feed. As soon as they were done transmitting from the scene, they're going home. So they turned it off. The news is still on, but the feed from that location is gone. Here we go. It's like this police scanner is not a trunking scanner. It's for those who are familiar with police scanners, it sounds like someone is listening to one of the frequencies in a trunked scanner setup, and they're only picking up an occasional bit of traffic. Police scanners are a lot of fun. If you're interested in getting one, obviously, first check your local laws. There are some states where they're not legal to be in possession of one. Especially if you're doing certain activities. Oh, there's. Whoa, we have movement. We had movement. That was second floor. Where they say the suspect is. That didn't match the images we have of a suspect. What we have here is a hostage situation, which is stretching into the 10 plus hours. We're watching feeds from Bakersfield, California, at the Chase building, which is downtown in Bakersfield, right around 18th and Chester, excuse me, 18th and Chester. Somebody entered the building around 1 o'clock in the afternoon we've got movement. Holy smokes. We've got waving. Somebody entered the building claiming they had an explosive device attached to their chest, took hostages, and threatened to obviously harm the hostages. At one point claimed that the hostages had devices strapped to their chest that would or strapped to themselves that if one left, they would all blow up. If one went off, they'd all blow up, daisy chained together. And there was somebody waving in the window like this, like getting attention, not like, hey. Don't know the layout of that building or what would be in that corner, but
We're now on 911 with an additional advising for law enforcement in his office.
that was this motion. This could be a couple things. This could be a couple things here. This could be the team inside clearing the building and asking people, to show their hands, so they can clear everybody. We've got a small earthquake happening here. Hang on. Oh, man. It must be terrifying. It might not be a hostage. It might be somebody who's locked away in a safe room, just waiting to be rescued, saying, hey, I'm in here. Just going to sit here till you come and get me. Or it could be a lot of things. But definitely somebody, that's the first sign of life. There it is again. Why can't those hiding find a way out? If they are under the belief, or if they've been told that if they move, then he will, detonate the device and harm other people, they might be sitting there so they don't harm the other people. My alarm goes off in 4 hours. Oh my goodness. I know, Tammy. This is wild. This is crazy. We're expecting this to be done. I was expecting it to be done over an hour ago. It appears that the person is seated on the floor or laying on the floor. We saw earlier when they.
The last hotel is advising his office. Partially, the third is set up windows from the northwest corner on the side of the building.
Okay, so they're getting calls about the about that, so they know what's happening. The call was a little choppy, but they're getting calls saying that they saw somebody, and this is the window where they were on which side of the building. I'm not going to give up the details again, but why did they release the one person? They've released two. We believe the first one, I'm not sure if we've talked about this, was the janitor who was released. And then the second one, we don't know who that individual was, possibly was female. And that person provided some information about other people who may be in the building, as well as some identity of another hostage, which they needed to know. I didn't see the laser. Was there a laser somewhere? I mean, that's just terrible if somebody's shining a laser at something. That's not cool. Yeah, just there's a hostage in the window hiding in his office, that sort of thing. They gave the information. There's the hands again. It does look like a female. I can tell you that she did not appear to have any sort of explosive device attached to her. At least not from the waist up that we were able to see. These windows are not easy to open, and getting through one of those windows would require a considerable amount of effort and make a considerable amount of noise. So, depending on her proximity to the hostages, that's it's a problem. Digital trunking radios are 100% legal. Yes, I could even use one to transmit on my friend's business license. They're legal to own, and scanners are legal in most states as well. This is not the suspect. 100% not the suspect. Let's see if we've got a little more audio we can bring in. Let's see what channel is that going to be on. 3 and 6.
Cali Field Lives and also Dad's Gone Live. They're over on that site, guys.
Open mic on 24.
He's got a trunking radio.
Oh, it's over here. I think. See this window once you come on the right hand side.
Oh yeah, behind the blind.
Yes.
Wait, he's
Like
right
right
there.
in that crack in the window. I just put the red shirt. That's why I
They're talking about this person in the window as well.
And then where we were before, those windows to the right.
I've been texting her.
Brother, you see me? I've been watching this whole time. I got 1080.
Don't worry. I can see
I saw some light reflected on it. It could have been a laser. Do they know where the suspect is in the building? I believe they do.
So they're up there somewhere, guys. We cannot see from over here, guys. Yeah. And I don't think we could get in there.
Okay, so we'll leave that. What's a trunking radio? I've tried to explain this before, but a trunking radio system is designed to allow a lot of people to use the same limited frequencies. So they share the frequencies, and it reduces cost and reduces overcrowding on the bandwidth. Because imagine if you're on the FM radio, imagine if every single signal, every time you move to 0.1 megahertz up and down, it was a new channel. That would be overcrowded, and only one channel can be talking at the same time. What they do is they take a bundle of channels and say, these are your 20 channels for Kern County, and everybody who needs it, whether it's the public golf course or the sewer treatment guys, or the road repair guys, or the police or the sheriff's office, you all use that, and you all have a specific channel. We see a head now in that window right above the text there. Just looking out again. They all have a specific channel, a specific code they use. She's doing this. She's doing this. She's doing okay. She's doing an okay sign. This looks like the second person. They're pointing. That's two different color shirts. But these frequencies, they have a code or a program. So all the radios are programmed with the same encryption code and the same rotating pattern. And there's a control frequency that tells them what to do. But the long story short is everyone can use the radios pretty much all at the same time, because really not every agency is all saying something at the exact same minute. So even though you have 50 agencies talking on 20 channels, because people talk at different times, they rotate through it. It all just works. So it trunks everything together, and all the traffic goes through the same station. Or waving there. Same trunked frequency group. Then you can use a code, and you can actually decrypt and say, I only want to hear this channel code. And you would only hear, say, the road crew if you wanted to only hear them, or you only want to hear the police, you'd only hear them, or you only want to hear the tactical channel, you would only hear that. So that's what a trunked system is. Most agencies switched to trunk systems a long time ago. There are a few that have dedicated frequencies that they're on, mostly rural, small police agencies. But the big thing now is switching from trunked to encrypted, where they actually scramble all the information. So anyone who listened would just hear static. And there's no way to crack that static, because the encryption key rotates and does everything else. Makes it very difficult to listen to what the police are doing. There's definitely two people in the bank. This is on the second floor on this corner. If you look at the picture right here, this would be just off to the right. So we're looking at the left where it says Chase. If you follow that off to the right on the second floor, that's where we're seeing activity and movement. Now, two people, both females, appear to be there doing some pointing and waving. Amber, you need to call. On air or off? Can you put it in text, or Amber, you're live on the air. Is that cool?
No, take me offline.
Sorry about that. Got to deal with trolls. That was Amber. That's one of our great mods who's helping us locate information. Amber can tell you where she's from if she wants to. Amber is an incredible digital sleuth. She runs the As the Gavel Drops Discord page, which we're associated with, and has everything true crime related you could possibly want there. Amber is Calypso's vixen. Yes. She's a mod. Do you know if the bomb is real? No, we don't. Your partner in crime. We do not. I wish we did. I wish we knew that it was fake, because that could definitely give the police the information they need to just end this and for everybody. That's why more people should carry. I'm a big fan of everyone's right to defend themselves, and we've got more hands waving. But I don't think that guns are the solution to the problem. It might be the solution to a problem, especially a very pressing problem that might present itself if somebody attacks you. But it's not a solution to the problem, the larger problem as a whole. I think we need to do more as human race to fix that problem. Thank you, Lori, for the goat trophy. We have a screaming goat we use on this channel when things get a little bit crazy, and the goat trophy is just wonderful. It makes me laugh every time. We are apparently pulling an all-nighter now that we've got video of people in there. There's a second person. Here's what I'm going to tell you. I can see a reflection. They're looking out the windows. She just moved a box. She picked up a box and put it on the floor. Um, let's see, who was that? What was my buffer for? DGL spoke to the dispatcher regarding our friends in the window. LEOs are coming to him to review footage. Well, it's definitely there. That's definitely a thing. Got our police scanner running still, so if we hear anything, we'll update you with it. There's that little red laser light thing again, just briefly. Big shout out to Dad's Gone Live, who got this angle, who has this camera angle to show us what's happening, as well as Artie on the scene, who's given us the wider view of the Chase Bank. We can see that there is nothing in the air as far as air traffic control over all of Bakersfield. It's silent in the sky above there. What I get the feel for, that it looks like when they were waving, it was not like, hey, I'm going to keep waving until somebody sees me. Like you get the idea that somebody's on a deserted island. They're going to wave and wave as long as they see an airplane. Like, hey, I'm over here. It seemed like it was a quick wave and then stop, which could indicate that they are possibly much closer to the hostage taker, and are trying to do this when they're not being looked at, when they're not, to not draw attention to themselves. Wish the girl knew sign language. Yeah. Let's see if this other channel is going to be able to get a view.
I've been doing a lot of looking. So, yeah, see? Bam. That's it right there.
They're right there.
Yeah. They're in the bottom, guys. That's why we can't see them. So they're right there in that window, guys. So that's where the drone was at. Wheels is between, right in the middle. That's the stairways. There, it has to be the stairways. You got to block. So he has to block the doors there. So he's on that side.
Okay, we don't have any way to confirm what we're hearing there, but a lot of people with speculation or information that may or may not be confirmed. There's waving again, just briefly. I think they're locked in a room safely away from the suspect, but they don't have a lot of time. I don't think the suspect has equipment that would be able to break down a door or something like that. He probably is a one-trick pony if he does have something, and it's that explosive, which would sort of end his life as well. Just realized the OK sign is also ASL for 9. So like a room 9. I don't know, but Maybe a tip that there's 9 people or 3 people. That wave and then stop is just I don't know if they've been able to communicate with the hostages on the inside, so the authorities know what's going on, or that's some sort of signal for the authorities. But a laser could be used to get audio from the room if it's on the window. What that is called is a laser bounce listening system, and to explain it to you on how this works and how you could pick up sound from a laser. It's not easy. It requires usually a perpendicular approach to the window. So, 90 degrees to the window, because you have to be able to shoot the laser at the window and then pick up the bounce, the reflected light. What it does is it changes the window and the glass of the window into like a little speaker that modulates the laser when people talk and the wall vibrates or the window vibrates a little bit. It modulates the laser, which can be picked up on the receiving side, much like a needle can pick up the vibrations of a record and pick up sound that way. So a laser bounce listening system can work. They're not incredibly, it's not like having a microphone in the room. It's not that good. And the thicker the window or the more insulated the window, the less effective it is. I don't know if they have a position they'd be able to do that on, or if they even have the equipment. But that was something that as a kid was always advertised. You could build your own laser bounce listening system. I've played with it. It works. It's just not easy to use. There's the waving one more time. Sandy gifted 5 memberships. Are they waving a certain number of times? I don't know. It could be they're communicating. We do know there's an open line in there, so it could be that the negotiators are trying to speak in code to people who might be able to listen if this is on a speakerphone. A laser can be used to inject command into your Alexa. This is true also. I've seen that video. Natural Empress, we're not going there, but I hear you. Does anyone know what the hostage taker wants? He wants to be vindicated. Water? Yeah, I could use some, like 5. He wants to be vindicated. He's charged with something or did time for something that he thinks was not accurate or not cool or not right, or that he didn't do. And he wants the media to be watching. We know now that there are at least 2 people still in that, and they're both females. Two women are there. There could be more. Thank you. I'm good. Got a water delivery. Thanks, Mrs. R.A., for that. So now we're just in a holding pattern, waiting to see when the police decide to move in, or someone has to take action. Shout out to Mrs. R.A. She's amazing. My wife is incredible. This best angle, I've got to give all the credit on this to Dad's Gone Live on YouTube. Please give him a subscribe. Dad's Gone Live has this angle. He also has night vision on this camera. It's selectable. I don't know what camera he's operating, but it has night vision capability, which is just awesome. And he's been able to keep this feed up all evening, and I just get the angles we wanted to see from this. So Dad's Gone Live. Do give it a follow, a subscribe, a big thank you, and that's just amazing. Authorities have not really confirmed anything, other than we know that there's somebody who's said there's that laser light. We know there's somebody who's said he has a bomb. We know there are hostages in there. That's and more waving. These women are incredibly brave. Not sure. I'm not sure what their situation is. Somebody who might understand where that building is and what the layout of that particular room they're in could be able to help. Yes, the laser bounce, you can use an invisible laser, like an infrared laser. You can use any type of laser. Are they gesturing? There were gestures earlier, which I initially took to be okay, like this, but then it was sort of like a pointing as well. So I don't know. We don't know. I don't know what they're saying. It could have, if they're communicating with the negotiator in some sort of code, that might be what's happening. But I don't know what the communication is. Maybe they're just trying to signal they're alive or that they're in there. Yes, they could just be trying to get into people's attention. I saw that as a gesturing a direction. They did. They definitely pointed to the right side of the screen, the back side of the building, opposite the Chase, on the E side of the Chase logo as we're looking at it. Allie, this is a crazy thing to wake up to. It's a crazy thing to not go to bed to either. The idea that this is happening is it's nuts. It's absolutely wild that we have somebody who's holding people hostage with a bomb in a downtown Bakersfield, California. What does the laser do? I don't know what that laser does. It's most likely just somebody who's pointing a laser at the building to show people, hey, I saw somebody in that window. I don't think it's law enforcement. I don't think it's a listening device, because the listening device has to be held basically perfectly still to be effective. Vibration on either end causes noise. So it would have to be in a clamp and shooting it against the glass. It looks like you can see multiple people's reflections in the window. I've seen that a couple times. You can see some movement. I'm curious about the box, because we did see somebody move a box briefly. How long will they let this continue? They will let it continue until they have a solid plan of what to do. If they're making progress with negotiation and think that they're able to end this peacefully without going in with force, I think they'll do that. I think they'll use the negotiator as much as possible to get to that point where they can subdue the subject and secure the hostages. But if he's right next to them, if there is a risk, if there is a concern of an explosive going off, or him panicking and triggering the device, he sort of holds all the cards at that point. There we have, there's a red shirt again, moving around. The SWAT team has incredible tools. But there are challenges if some of the rumors about this suspect are true, if he does have law or military training on explosives, or prior law enforcement, or some sort of next level training that way, the threat of a booby trap or a secondary device or some sort of alarm system that could let him know that somebody was coming in is higher. That's something they have to take into account. So they have to gather as much information as possible. And if things are going well in negotiations, they're probably going to stay negotiating. The scary thing is he called over the radio and asked for a priest. Where he told them over the open line that he wanted a priest on the open line. which could mean that he's looking for last rites type services, or absolution of sins. But not seen anything. Swanee, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We've got a lot of people who have been very helpful here in chat, and got to thank Dad's Gone Live and Artie on the Scene, our two camera feeds, for the great work they're doing there on the ground. It's not easy to keep a live stream going from the side of the road all afternoon and into the night and through the night, and they're doing it. Why don't they send a drone up to see what's going on there? The police probably have, but they won't want to send it up with lights and flashing lights and everything so that somebody outside or inside could see the drone outside the window. There's a pattern to the waving. If you can decode it, let me know. I don't see it. It seems more opportunistic as far as the timing goes, or just periodic to show that we're still here. Everything's still okay. There's some movement inside on the reflection. You can see that now. Wonder if there's somebody at a different angle that could get that same view. Dad's Gone Live said his camera's got about 26 more hours left. I love it. I love it. Having the right equipment is key. Can they get inside the building like the next door office, then up in the ceiling? They probably won't go up in the ceiling. They're not going to do any Tom Cruise type stuff as far as through the vents. That's not what the SWAT team's good at. That's an enclosed space with no visibility of what's going on. They like to be aware of what's happening, but they could do they could do a roof rappel and come through a window. They can use they have a long extension pole that they could put an explosive charge on, a shaped charge, which is not, it's not like a grenade that will damage things, but they can just take it down and just tap the window with it. It goes off, shatters the whole window, and then instantly they just rappel down and go through the opening. But to do that, they sort of have to know what they're rappelling into and where everybody is. Am I still here? Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Am I back? Okay, I'm back. All right, yeah, we just had a little scare with the StreamYard that decided to go back one page, which is back to the main menu. All right. Oh, there's a switch. Dad's Gone Live. Let's bring in his audio really quickly. See if we can hear what he's saying up there on 3.
So I will mention I won't be able to do any sound.
I don't know. So
kind of in a spot to where
you do have 5 more minutes, so make sure to go on Dad's Gone Live. Hey Donna, what's up?
Yes, it will. I'm gonna.
Yes, they are.
You're calling it as I was putting it, so I will send another package of information.
And on his Facebook too, he's giving you staying later into the night. So go on the streets.
All right, so he's just talking about his channel, what he's trying to do, watching for lights or movement in any of the other windows. Not seeing them. Any hostage that was released that was with the other hostages may have some very important information about if there are any other bombs or threats or dangers set up for the entryway or the, keeping people from coming in. So the police will have interrogated them and asked them all that. All right. It's a flight tracker, but there's nothing in the air. Where I'm showing you, there's absolutely no interest airwise in what's going on in this building, which is terrible, because if there was a news camera up there or a police helicopter up there, they could get that downward angle even from a mile away. They could zoom in and look in and see what's happening in these windows, which being on the ground, they just don't have that vantage point. It is wild seeing somebody waving. We know there are at least two people from the clothing and the facial features that we saw. There are at least two what appear to be women who are up there in there, sitting on the ground near that window, periodically waving. Haven't seen any motion for a little bit, but you can see some reflections on the far side of the glass. This is the corner of the building. There's been no other movement. I've not seen anybody else throughout the day, but we could not see into the building until it got dark. This building has like a reflective finish on the glass, probably to reduce the glare inside the office from the sun. So it basically tints the reflection, and it's very hard to see inside, a lot like a tinted window in a car. But now that it's dark on the outside and lighter on the inside, we're able to see into the building, into these outer offices. And that's given us the vantage point that we didn't have all day long. Far right, second floor. Yeah. I have not seen anyone that resembles the suspect that I'm aware of. Let's see what Dad's doing here.
Can't say too much, but they have asked us to move the cameras away from the windows for now, because you guys aren't the only ones that are watching.
Oh, you're good.
Bear with us for a second, guys.
What are the odds that you aim your camera at a car and the car alarm goes off? So Dad's gone live, probably going to get a different vantage point. This is basically going to cut us off from any information as to what's happening up there.
Sorry, guys, I didn't want to mess with Jake's camera too much and mess up the stream. I got it zoomed out enough, but right now there is FBI up here talking to Jacob, asking him to refrain from recording the hostages because, 15,000 viewers right now. You can imagine if this guy inside also has access to this stream.
ton of people watching this. This has a lot of interest.
No, they can't stop us from recording. However, they can ask us to move from this building because we are impeding technically on what they're doing.
All right. So there's the update. Do you have to do what the police ask when filming? It depends. I would say it's always best to comply, because in the moment your stubbornness and them having to bring a manager or a supervisor over to talk to you can take away from something important. I don't believe it's great to fight on the side of the road. I'm not an auditor, right? I'm not saying it's wrong to do that, but in my belief, I think it's better to comply and be respectful. Kindness has gotten me a long way, especially in gaining access and information. Especially if we don't have the full story, where police probably know more about what's going on. So, yeah, there's tons of people filming this, and they're going to keep filming it. One of the women hiding has been texting her dad with 2 other women. Let's see. Looking to see if there's anything else I can get to you. There really isn't. This is what we've got. All right. It's getting really late. I wish we could bring you a resolution here, and I wish this was over and everyone was out, is what we're looking for. But as it stands, we're getting less and less access, and the few people that are having access are having that limited by the police for logistical reasons and safety reasons. So something moving on the 3rd floor. I didn't see anything moving on the 3rd floor. That would be in this box over here. I'm not seeing anything there. Let's go back to one box here. All right, the scanner traffic is quiet. The police have basically stopped communicating on that. it feels terrible to go to bed when people are literally still trapped in a hostage situation. But I don't know what else I can bring you tonight that would be beneficial as far as providing information for you. When's the last time we had something like this? The Cavalcante manhunt was the last one we followed up in Pennsylvania. We almost did a manhunt in North Carolina on Monday, but they caught him Sunday night about 9 p.m. I don't remember the last time we've had a hostage bomb situation like this that seems to have lasted this long. It's the stuff of movies, right? Who's streaming top right? Top right would be RD on the scene, like Romeo Delta on the scene. These are YouTubers. I do recommend that you go to their channel and support them. We know Dad's Gone Live says he's got 26 more hours of battery life and he's going to stay there and keep going. So do recommend that you go check that out. Dad's Gone Live or RD on the scene. Big shout out and thanks to them. Denny the Bear, thanks for the kindness. If you guys are it's the first time you're here, do hit the subscribe button. I'd love for you guys to join us and come back. We do follow a lot of true crime court cases live around the country on the regular, but we're looking to do more of this. I've actually spent a whole bunch of money on some great equipment, pan tilt zoom cameras or remote cameras, Starlink, you name it. We've got a full mobile studio that can run out of a vehicle, and we've got that set up and ready to go. So we're just looking for the opportunity to do this from the road where we can control the camera. We're also looking at bringing in thermal and night vision capability on there. As we've seen tonight from Dad's Gone Live, the night vision was extremely useful. So do hit the subscribe button. Thank you all for the huge support. You guys have been absolutely incredible with super chats, memberships, gifted memberships, and super stickers. That makes it all possible. And thank you for that, from my family to yours. Really appreciate that. We'll keep an ear to the ground, and I'll be back live in just a few hours in the morning, possibly with this coverage. If it's continuing, I don't think it will. It's got to end here tonight. I just can't see this going on. The suspect is going to get tired. Either he's going to get angry or he's going to, push it a little bit. So hopefully just send some prayers up for everybody. Listen to what DJ said a minute ago. What did he just say?
So we're just going to stay a little bit more zoomed out than we were, okay?
We listened to what the FBI told him to sort of not show the hostages. We got that part. It's go all night. It's gone since noon. It's gone since noon. So I can't talk anymore. I've lost the ability to speak. I'm too tired. With that, we're gonna wrap this one up. Thank you all for being here. I do recommend. Let's see if I can portal to Dad's Gone Live. Give me just 1 second. See if I can portal you guys all over there. All right, I'm going to portal you right over to Dad's Gone Live, so you don't have to go anywhere. When you go there, give him a thanks. Thank him for what he's done. Appreciate the video footage, and do subscribe and like the channel if you have it in you to do that. So tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again this morning in a couple hours. It's going to be 9 o'clock or sooner. Stay safe, and prayers to everyone out there in Bakersfield, California. You guys have a good night. We'll see you.